Good afternoon, everyone, council, staff, and the viewing public. Welcome to our council meeting for December 2nd. Holy smokes, December 2nd of 2020. We're almost through it, guys, so we just got one more month to go. So there you are. Okay, so we do have an agenda that was published. I do need approval of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions for today's agenda? I don't know. Madam CA, Madam CAO, did you have any additions for in camera that you wish to? Madam CAO, are you there? Oh, okay. So I need a mover and a seconder then, please. Councillor Valquette, Councillor Nielsen. Okay. Is the CAO still available? There was one thing she mentioned to me this morning, but obviously, it's not important, I guess, today. So, all right. So, Madam CEO, was there something you wanted to add in camera?
My apologies, Your Worship. I was having technical difficulties there. I did email the clerk. I'm not sure if she has had a chance to read it. We did receive a legal opinion from the lawyer that was requested from council on the internet issues. I'm not sure if we can add that to the closed session today, so I will leave that in the clerk's hands. Thank you.
Just before the clerk maybe responds, is it a timing issue, Madam CEO?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have been waiting a considerable amount of time to get this back. I believe it's been about 5 or 6 weeks. So it really is at the wish of council.
Okay, so for procedurally, I guess I'll go to the Madam Clerk first. Do you have any queries on introducing some sort of pressing information for in camera? I guess it's a little, it would be, Madam CEO, would be legal opinion. Is that under, help me out here, Madam Clerk, maybe you know about it.
Actually, I'm not really sure what it is. I haven't had time to look at it to be able to even give an opinion if it qualifies as a closed session item or not. I'm sorry, I don't even see the email at the moment.
Okay, so Madam CEO, do you explain the purpose? I guess I'm going to council. It's something that we have asked for a legal opinion on, as the CAO has raised, and it was sort of something that's been pressing. I don't want to step out of line in the sense of our procedure, but if it's something that's a timing issue that does need to happen, we do have that ability to allow it to be on our agenda with 2/3 majority. So, Madam CEO, do you have any further, or do you want to take a second just to converse with the clerk there? I'm not sure.
Nothing further to add to council. I am just resending it to the clerk.
Okay. All right, we'll give the clerk a few seconds there to see it, because we only have one more council meeting for December, and then we're in that whole new year, Councillor Nielsen. Yeah. So while we're waiting for that, Deputy Mayor, you have a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I would support us seeing that today, because we are going to be talking on the Internet Task Force. If we could get some clarity from staff whether there would be some relevance on looking at it today. Well, I guess not at the same time as the Internet Task Force, but so that we can have some context around what we're approving on the Internet Task Force, and if the two would be related at all. Thank you.
You want to speak to that, Madam CEO?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's kind of hard to say if it's related to the task force when the task force actually hasn't had its first meeting yet. It is related to internet in Grey Highlands. It was a closed session item that council discussed, so I'm a little reluctant to speak anymore in open session.
Okay, thank you, Madam CEO. Madam Clerk.
I've just done a cursory look, and on its face, it definitely does meet the requirements to move into closed session on as a legal opinion.
Okay, so Councillor Valquette and Councillor Nielsen were the mover and seconder of this agenda. Are you in favor of adding that to the agenda? Okay, thank you. And then for clarity, Madam Clerk, we need 2/3 majority to support the amended agenda. Is that correct? Okay. All right. So is there just last call? Is there anything else, addition or deletions for the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All right. So moving forward through our procedural bylaw, we do have an opportunity for open forum, and that allows the public to speak 3 minutes to items that are on the current agenda. And so, Madam Clerk or Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have people wishing to speak?
We do, Your Worship. The first speaker is Jennifer Hale, speaking on item 8.3.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Jennifer. Are you connected? Oh, there you are. Okay.
Thank you for the time. Forgive me if my formal language isn't up to speed here. This is my first official council meeting. It's a little new to me, but thank you for having me. My concerns are about item 8.3 on the agenda, which has to do with the GOT zoning amendment proposal. And I see that it's on the agenda today as an item for review and approval, I think. My concerns are that all items have not been addressed that were raised by myself and possibly others. In particular, I sent a letter on May 26th following the public meeting about this amendment proposal. And as our farm is right next door, my concerns are about the impact on our quality of life. So let me step back one moment and just say that I support the idea, and we, on behalf of my family, the Hales next door, we support the idea. We look forward to having a place that is, we know that the GOTS, especially with this type of purpose in mind, will keep it well maintained. It'll continue to be a beautiful spot. We like the idea of how it will help the community thrive and bring new business and new people to the community. That part's great. So we support it, and we were, looking forward to finding ways to work together to address all concerns. So the outstanding one has to do with the potential for upside for the venue if it does really well. Right now, as it's written, there is the potential for an event to happen every day of the week between May and October if it goes well. And I can see business conferences happening throughout the week and weddings and parties on the weekends. And at any given time when we go out in the backyard after whatever we've been doing for the day, there's the potential to hear a party next door. And that's okay part of the time, but the potential for that to happen every night of the week is my concern. And so I'm seeking some sort of protection to be outlined as well. And I made some suggestions in that May 26th letter. I don't think that I haven't seen those being addressed anywhere. So that's the primary concern that I wanted to raise. Is that clear? Any questions or anything I need to add on that today?
So Jennifer, just in summary then, so basically things could happen during a week, things could happen during a weekend, but just not every day.
That's right. That's right. I've requested some maximums to be set, and maximums by, Monday to or Sunday to Thursday, a certain maximum amount, Friday and Saturday, a maximum amount, and then a maximum amount for the whole period between May and October.
So would that be so many a week, so many so many weekends? Did you use that example in your letter?
I did specify it in my letter on May 26th as an example. For example, events on a maximum of 2 days per week, including no more than one weekday event per week, with events on a maximum of 10 days in total between May 1st and October 31st. So those are the numbers that I used as examples.
And I appreciate that. I was just trying to get some more information that you were trying to speak to. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? You have 3 minutes, so just about up, but that's
I think perhaps my request is that the rather than the amendment being reviewed and approved today, that it be withheld and discussed a little further until these concerns are addressed. That's my request today.
Okay, Jennifer, we'll be dealing with that later on in today's agenda. So if you want to follow along, you're quite welcome to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, you're quite welcome. Thank you. Okay, that's first. Do we have any more speakers, Deputy Clerk or Clerk?
We do. The next speaker is Aaron Seeley, speaking on the same item, number 8.3.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Clerk. And Aaron, you have 3 minutes according to our procedure bylaw. So good afternoon, Aaron.
Hello, thank you very much. I agree actually quite a bit with what Jennifer had to say. And although I'm not an immediate neighbor, I am a neighbor. And I have had the discussion with one of the closer neighbors whose concern is also the sound. And then of course if there are issues that are not resolved, how will that affect her property value if she goes to sell? So that's a significant concern. I had some questions on the most recent report regarding, how will any issues be addressed? We know with the most recent Airbnb issues that, calling OPP when the noise is too loud or after hours, things like that doesn't work. So I'm just wanting to make sure that there's something implemented that's going to be addressed if there are issues.
Okay. We can speak to that. So we can speak, we can ask questions to our staff at that time when we deal with that part. So yes, go ahead.
Okay, excellent. And then I was just, again, slightly concerned with the actual sound report and how accurate it was. So it's a little concerning. If I understood it correctly, the maximum allowable amount was 40 decibels at the neighboring boundary. And the decibel that they were referring to that actually reached the Hale property was 39.1. And I just wanted to question, how accurate was that? Did that, really allow for 150 people drinking and partying, whether they're inside, outside? The last question I have is regarding, on the weekends, the midnight limit. Does that mean that everybody is off of the property at midnight? Does that mean the music needs to be shut down at midnight? Is there going to be 57 cars and trucks starting at midnight, all to leave at the same time? Will there be people gathering at their cars after the party at midnight to get ready to leave? So I'm just looking for very specific clarification as to, what those rules will be. And again, how something will be enforced if there is an issue.
Okay. Is there anything to wrap up on there, Aaron?
Lastly, I just noted on, again, the sound report, the property that's across the road and on the opposite side of the road seemed to have been completely left out of the report. And I'm not 100% sure why, because it's still a house, whether they live there full time or not. I do believe the sound in that section would be an issue too.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Aaron, for bringing those points forward. And again, we will be speaking to that item later on in the agenda. So you're welcome to watch at that time.
Okay. Thank you so much for listening.
No problem. Have a good day. Okay. Thank you for that. So we have any more speakers, Madam Deputy Clerk?
We have one last speaker, and it's Daryl Menifee speaking on item 6.1.
Okay, all right, so then going to Daryl. Good afternoon, Daryl.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm not going to take much of your time. I just want to say that on behalf of the Police Service Board, that we look forward to the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan presentation, and we would appreciate if we would be able to make any comments afterwards. We do realize that this is a council meeting and not an open Police Service Board meeting, but we would appreciate that. So that is all that I have for right now.
Okay, Daryl, and thank you very much for signing in and giving those comments. Okay. All right, so that's Madam Deputy Clerk. Are there any more speakers?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, that's all we have registered for today.
Okay, well, thank you very much for bringing those forward. All right, so that takes care of open forum. So now that we have an approved agenda, is any declaration of pecuniary interest with council with regards to today's agenda? Okay, if something does declare, you can, or something rises, you can declare at that time. I just want to say that before we get into the minutes, I did wear my Christmas tie. So just, it is December and we got to have that little bit of spirit, right? So. All right, so we have the minutes of the previous minutes of November 18th. And so can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Allwood, second by Councillor Nielsen. Are there any items, errors or omissions with regards to those minutes? All right, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so then we have the minutes of the November 10th Water and Wastewater Study Committee of the Whole. So do I have a mover and a seconder for those sets of minutes? Deputy Mayor, second by, need a seconder, Councillor Little. All right, any items to discuss, errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor of those minutes? That's carried. All right, so we'll move forward then to, oops, sorry, Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen. You have a question, Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put a motion on the floor to allow the chair of the Police Services Board to participate and possibly ask questions of item 6.1. I know I need 2/3 majority to pass that as we're going outside the procedural bylaw.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion?
Am I frozen or is everybody else frozen?
Deputy, no, well, you were sort of frozen. Deputy Mayor seconding. You had your hand up for quite a long time on my screen, so I'm not sure. But you're coming through, so we understand what you're saying. Unless that's part of your hand signals or hand language, maybe, I'm not sure. But okay, so that motion's for
Not
discussion.
sure why my internet is messing up.
It takes 2/3 majority. Any discussion on that motion? So just for clarity from the mover, it's just the chair? Is that what your motion is?
Just the chair, yes, sir.
Okay, Councillor Allen.
I just wondered if we should be setting a time limit or something. We don't want this to get into a half-hour discussion and debate on the report. Should there be some kind of time restriction on it, like we give to either open forum or to delegations?
So what do you suggest? Amendment like 3 minutes, 5 minutes?
That's your decision, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I guess in a sense, procedurally, Madam Clerk, if we're allowing somebody to speak through a motion that takes 2/3 majority, can you add some guidance to the length of time?
So the presentation is scheduled for 20 minutes for the delegation. So they're anticipating that their presentation is going to take between 10 to 12 minutes, and that would allow 8 minutes remaining for questions from council or from the chair of the Police Services Board. I don't think this waiving of the procedure bylaw was to allow the chair of the Police Services Board to present to council. It was to ask any questions that he may have on behalf of the board in that time allocated to within the procedure bylaw for this presentation.
Okay, I'm getting the nod yes from Councillor Allen, so that's good. Okay, any other questions then to Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Little's? Sorry, Councillor Nielsen. Who was the seconder? I missed that. Madam Clerk, who was the seconder again? Yes, Deputy Mayor. That's right. Deputy Mayor. That's right. Sorry. Since there's no other comments, all in favor? Put your hands up, please. That's 1, 2, 3. That is carried 2/3. So that is going to be allowed. So if Daryl's watching, he will have that time. And what I'll do is I will maybe after the presentation then go directly to council, and then I will proceed then to the chair of Police Services Board. So, okay. So moving forward, we have the presentation today with regards to the community safety and well-being plan. And I know, Madam Clerk, you've been part of this since I think Member Silverton from the Police Services Board has been a part of that as well. So I see Sarah So good afternoon, Sarah, and you're going to be presenting. I see we have Barb, Fedy, and Christine MacDonald. I'm not sure if they're going to be tag teaming with you. I see the name here, but I'll pass the floor over to you. And good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. And yes, I'll be presenting, and then Barb has joined us for any questions following. So today we are presenting the plan to you with regards to the community safety and well-being planning process for the municipalities of Bruce and Gray. I did provide my slides. I'm not sure if we're going to pull them up or if you're all just going to look at them as you have them.
Here they come.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raylene. Alrighty, so if we want to dive into slide 3, please. As you would all be aware, the planning process for community safety and well-being planning began in the spring of 2019 following an update to the Police Services Act stating that all municipalities must complete a community safety and well-being planning process and post their plan. The original date was for January 1st of 2021, but due to COVID, this date has been extended. We anticipate it will be partway through 2021. At this point in time, I like to highlight that we believe we are the largest and most unique collaboration in Ontario, as we have 2 counties and 16 lower tier municipalities creating one shared regional plan. Next slide, please. So the Ontario Community Safety and Wellbeing Planning Framework, which I'm sure you've all seen, the goal of this planning process is to ensure that we begin to look more upstream at social development and prevention activities, as we know that impacts at those stages are much more significant and longer lasting than interventions at the risk intervention or incident response stage where police or EMS are involved. And so the goal of planning is to look for those upstream opportunities to intervene in relation to crime prevention and the social determinants of health. You can see on slide 6, the advisory committee is very large and consists of 72 partners. We have, as I said, 16 municipalities, 2 counties. We have all 8 police services and 14 police services boards represented. We also have 2 First Nations partners, Children and Youth Justice. We have all 3 school boards and Georgian College at the table. And then we have a variety of services from community, social services, health and mental health. And we also invited the coordinators for already existing community committees and collaboratives that are taking action in these areas. So I just like to highlight at this point as well that the plan on the next slide, the plan involved community consultation through an online survey, and that was available in hard copy as well and distributed to organizations and municipalities. And it received feedback from almost 2,000 residents. And what I'd like to share is that Halton Region, a group that has gone previous to us as a pilot project, they completed their first planning a few years ago. And for a region that has 3.5 times the population that we do, they had 3.5 times fewer community residents participate in their initial community consultation. They had just over 500 people participate in their planning process in their first round. Well, you can see that our communities are very engaged. On the next slide, I'd just like to highlight that we do have an epidemiologist who's been supporting the survey analysis and the local data work that we've been diving into for our indicator report, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And then we've also been connected to the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention, as well as the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association. So they have a working group of coordinators for the planning across the province. And so I am well connected with the coordinators for our border counties and municipalities. On slide 9, you can see the timeline for our work. As I said, the work started about 18 months ago, but the project actually fully kicked off in September of last year. And over the past 14 months, we've moved through a significant amount of work to plan creation, which leads us into where we are now, November and December, with plan adoption by municipalities, planning our sustainability for the coming year, and working on our indicator report of local data. Next slide, please. The key related to our model, this model has not changed significantly over the past 14 months, but I would highlight that as we move into the new year, we'll be focusing on the action table creation or identification. And this is where we really bring subject matter experts to the table in relation to each of our priority areas of risk in order to dive into the actual detailed action plans related to the concerns that we have highlighted through our data. So as I share with you, I'll share with you now the 5 priority areas for action. Originally, we had said we would look at 3 probably for the region, but the top 5 are so intrinsically connected that we didn't feel that we could leave them out, and I'm sure you'll see why. Priority risk area 1 is addiction and substance use. And a couple key points here that we wanted to look at on slide 12 relate to the concern that regular heavy drinking is a known issue in our area, in our communities, and our self-reported use in Bruce and Grey continues to track higher than the rest of Ontario. We also know that of emergency department visits, over half are linked to alcohol, and we've seen a 2.5 to 3 times increase for opioid-related visits as well. We know that school student alcohol and cannabis use is increasing, and we're working on trends at this point since the legalization of cannabis in October 2018 has impacted the statistics that we have. And we also know that addiction and substance use is the cause of increasing hospitalization and death in the region. When we look at priority risk area 2, which is mental health, we know that self-rated mental health indicators show that approximately 20% of our residents are experiencing a lot of stress and 15% are seeking help for mental health issues. We know that more than 30% of students in grades 7 to 12 report they experience moderate to severe psychological distress, and a third of those tell us that they want to talk to someone but still don't know where to turn. We also know that both EMS and police services in the region have seen increases in calls related to mental health concerns, and that 211 calls related to mental health have also increased. And we know that self-harm emergency department visit rates have tripled among young females locally, and that Bruce and Grey males aged 25 to 44 years of age have higher hospitalizations and death by suicide than the rest of Ontario. When we look at crime prevention as a priority risk area, although we are working and have individual statistics for each of the OPP detachments and the 4 local police services, and are looking to collate that data from a regional perspective as we work with the various data sets, we do know that criminal court cases show that trends are increasing over time for most offenses. So from 2017 to 2019, there was a 17% to 27% increase for most offenses. And a statistic that we found interesting was that although overall assault injuries are comparable to Ontario rates, our Bruce and Grey rate of emergency department visits due to assaults is higher than the Ontario rate. So this will take some further analysis as we begin to look at crime prevention. When we look at priority risk area 4, housing and homelessness, we know that our region has more owned dwellings and fewer rental dwellings than the rest of Ontario and compared to Canada. And we know that some areas have more subsidized housing. We also know that over 15% of homeowners and almost 50% of renters in our 2 counties spend more than 30% of their monthly income on shelter costs. And this is a situation that leaves them only 1 to 2 paychecks away from not being able to pay for their housing and potential homelessness. We also know that average housing prices are increasing, even though they remain lower than the rest of Ontario, and that we have very low rental vacancy rates in our region. And we also know that housing wait lists are increasing as are calls to 211 for housing issues. Finally, when we look at priority risk area 5, which is poverty and income, we know that median household incomes in our region are lower than Ontario, and they're the lowest in Owen Sound, Hanover, and South Bruce Peninsula. And we also know that approximately 20% of our children in the region continue to live in poverty. This is highest in Huron-Kinloss, and then followed closely by Chatsworth, Owen Sound, Southgate, and Erin Elderslie. We see a related trend from various organizations that show increasing needs for support, such as Ontario Works, Ontario Disability Support Program, the United Way Backpack Program, and utility assistance. And we know that 211 calls related to poverty issues are on the rise. Finally, in addition to that percentage of people who are spending more than 30% of their income on housing, we know that 5% in the past year had not paid rent or mortgage on time, 18% reported not paying other bills on time, and 9% reported they ate less because they didn't have enough money to buy food. So when we look at the actions that we need to take in relation to all of these under the community safety and wellbeing planning process, we really want to focus on the local solutions and collective impact. We know there is a lot of good work happening across Grey and Bruce. We have a variety of committees that are working to tackle these issues from a systemic cross-sector perspective. And so we really see the focus of our plan initially to leverage that good work and to work on enhancing the collaboration and coordination of those various organizations organizations, committees, and initiatives. When we look at outcome evaluation, this is where the indicator report comes in. We're currently collating the data from various sectors, various organizations under the 10 priority categories of risk. We have 5 in the plan, but there are actually 10 categories. So that will have a foundation for local data that can then drive our actions as well as our outcome measurements, so that we will be able to report on whether or not we are actually moving the dial in relation to any of these specific areas of risk. From a sustainability perspective, we are working on building the budget for 2021, the same way that the budget was funded, or similar to the way the budget was funded for 2020, in order to leverage a pool of resources from each county and municipality that will allow this work to be driven forward by a coordinator. Because we know without resourcing, the momentum that we've gained this year would be at risk. We also know that by pooling the resources, there's a reduction in the duplication of work across the municipalities, and this will allow for a more streamlined approach and consistent approach across our region. From a next steps perspective, on slide 21, you'll see we are out presenting to councils and police services boards at this point in time. We are working on the budget. Once the plan is approved, it will be posted along with the indicator report on our community safety and wellbeing website and municipal websites. The coordinator will continue to drive this work forward into phase 2 implementation. And that's where we'll be looking at the identification or creation of those action tables for priority areas of risk. Those groups will then do an in-depth review of the local data from the indicator report, and there will be further community engagement, both through a community engagement survey, but also through those action tables to support the individual action plan creation. And then under the legislation, there will be monitoring, evaluation, and revision of the plan with annual progress reports to the advisory committee, councils, and the ministry. We appreciate your time, and we're happy to take any questions now.
Okay. Well, thanks, Sarah, for that detailed report, and sure a lot of work has gone into this into this report that you're bringing forward, and that's great that you had a lot of feedback from the public for sure. So you said Barb was here to answer any questions. Does Barb have anything to add? I know she's always got some great things to say. Barb?
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can I be heard? Okay. I just wanted to acknowledge that we're grateful to be presenting at your council today. We are very excited about this work. This is a long time coming. I have been in social services for almost 3 decades, and we've never seen a collaboration the way we are right now. And I think that's what's so important here. We can't tackle this on our own. It's not a policing issue. It's not just a mental health issue. It's not just an addictions or a poverty issue. It's all of it. And so the other piece that's really interesting is that we wrapped up our survey just as COVID was hitting us. And what's not surprising to those of us working on this in this sector is that the most impacted people are also within those 5 priority areas of risk. And so we know that we have to do a better job at supporting our residents who are most vulnerable. And the only way we can do it is together. So we're very excited. And I'll just leave it at that until we have some questions that are direct to us.
Well, thanks, Barb. I know you started when you were 7, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for that. And I know that both of you will be able to answer any questions that council has. So council, do you have any questions or comments? Wow, that's a pretty good report. Okay, Councillor Little, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Sarah and Barb for the presentation, and to your group for all the good work that you've been doing. It is very impressive, and I really appreciate the collaborative effort that you've managed, everyone's managed to sort of assemble. My question is related to, well, I guess how the importance of data and data collection and data analysis, and so much depends on that. And I'm just curious how your collaborative manages this aspect. I'm sure there's abundant data to use, but how do you actually, analyze it and use it? Is there someone in your organization who does that for you? It's more a question of curiosity.
So at this point in time, we've had one round of analyzing the local data alongside the survey, the resident perceptions. And that is where we engaged in a local epidemiologist who's worked in the region historically for the last number of years in order to ensure that we have someone who knows the area and can interpret the data for us. And so she has been a key resource both with the survey analysis and some of the quantitative pieces of that survey, the comments and thematic content that came from the survey, along with the local data from our organizations, from other surveys and pieces of research that have taken place. So she and I are working very closely around that data analysis to make sure that it's being interpreted correctly, because data is not, I have a background in somewhat in data, but not as an epidemiologist. So we really wanted to ensure that we had that support as we move this data piece forward.
Any follow up there, Councillor Little?
No, thank you for that.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Any, thank you. Yeah, thanks for answering. Any further questions from council? Okay, I don't see any. So I'm going to go to Daryl. Daryl, are you able to, do you have any questions or comments? Or Chair of Police Services Board?
Pardon me, Mr.
Nope.
Chair, I'm getting texts from Daryl. He was having a hard time connecting at parts during the presentation. The recent text I got from him says that he doesn't have any specific questions.
Okay. All right. So I guess I don't know, are there any questions from staff or Madam CAO? Do you have any comments? I know this is sort of an encompassing plan, and
Thank you, Your Worship. Just congratulations to the group so far. This is amazing data to pull it all together. I mean, obviously it's something that we've been lacking, and I know a lot of work has gone into this, and I think having these types of collaborative efforts really help us, gather the information in the cross sector, and it's so valuable, and it's something we really need to know and really need to move forward with. So thank you for your hard work. Appreciate it.
okay, well, thank you, Madam CEO, for those comments. So any last comments from Council Little?
Or another data related question. This is a big area that you're responsible for, and I know in some of your slides you did really zero down into some of the communities, and I think this is what's maybe been missing in the past. So here in Grey Highlands we would be interested obviously in what's going on in our own municipality. So how much ability will you have to be able to provide that very local information? Thanks.
It's a great question. Thank you. The indicator report will actually identify for the various pieces of information that we have been able to collect from across the region, from organizations, whether or not we're able to look at it regionally for both counties, whether it's broken down into Grey and Bruce, and whether we can even get more local than that. So the indicator report will tell us at what level we are able to analyze that information in an ongoing way. And then we'll be looking to work with our municipalities around what other information is needed or helpful, alongside, of course, running the community engagement survey again, which is about perception, which we did dive right into from a municipal perspective. So each municipality has their own set of survey results as well, knowing again that it's perceptions and feelings about the issues that we want to look at alongside the local data as well, so that we're being really balanced in our approach to identifying the actions.
Okay, so you did mention that your survey came in just before COVID. Have you had any real follow-ups since COVID? I know with the situation of people being at home more and the CERB and that sort of thing. Have you seen? I know Barb's maybe spoke to it a little bit, but because that's sort of just sort of turned things on its head a little bit, right? So I don't know if you have any comments there or not.
So I'll
Barb,
take this one. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I would just say that, so in my world where my programs provide social assistance and childcare across the Grey County, what we're seeing are the CERB has been providing an artificial floor We know there are going to be people that are in a lot of their trepidation when CERB ends, or the new CRB, which is the evolution of CERB. When that ends, which right now we have until June, we aren't sure what that'll look like. We're looking for data right now from the federal government on who in our region, where are they? And what sector did they come from? That's the kind of information we need, because we know that some sectors are actually faring okay. Some are not doing as well, and certainly we need to plan for that. And it's not only for us, it's across the province. Everybody's feeling the same. When I speak to my colleagues at my regional tables, at my provincial tables, we're trying to forecast what 2021 is going to look like for us midway through. For budget planning and whatnot. We know that we've had a lot of social services sector support. So United Way and the Poverty Task Force and all the agencies that work with them are providing meals and housing. And, there's an update that comes out, I think, on a weekly basis that tells people where we're at and how many, utility services have been issued, how many meals have been provided to hotel rooms, all of that, in addition to doing it COVID style, right? So it's all of the protocols that have to be in place. We know isolation is hitting people. We know that mental health calls are high. Sarah talked to that. We're going to do a deep dive. We're going to really look at some of that and examine that data with the experts, the subject matter experts, and the tables that already exist, so that we can come away with a really much clearer picture of who we're serving and what are the gaps. What aren't we doing, right? Listening carefully for what we're missing.
Well, I really appreciate that. Your comments. I know you're a wealth of information, and that's why I want to prime the pump a little bit, because I know that I've heard some of you here before. And you're great. Okay, so I see there's no other comments, and I see the clerk has popped up, and so we've sort of expended our time. So anyway, I want to thank you for coming today, and I guess if there's any follow up or public, I'm just looking at the last page. Can they follow up on information, or is there something? I always like to. You got some email addresses there. So I guess from the viewing public, if there's any follow up, they can follow through those contacts. Absolutely. Okay. Well, here's something there. Okay. Well, thank you very much then, and you have a great rest of the day and enjoy the sunshine. Maybe get outside. Okay.
Thank you all.
It's a good mental health day when the sun shines, right?
Absolutely. Take care.
Especially in Grey County. No day. Okay. Thank you. All right. So moving on then to item 7.1. This is the start of our items for council's decision.
Your
consideration. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, we need a motion to receive.
Well, there's a resolution in the agenda for it. So the resolution is that council endorses the recommended priorities and that directs staff to prepare the bylaw, just noting that we won't bring the bylaw forward until all the municipalities have endorsed the plan.
Absolutely. Thank you for that clarity. So I got Councillor Valaquette wishes to move it. Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Little? Okay, and there it is, a nice big bold writing on my paper copy, so I can't forget. Okay, any further discussion on that then? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. I do remember the first meeting, I don't know if anybody here on council was at that, was held in Own Sound when they started talking about the need of and working together collectively across the region, but there are some that have done it or are on their own doing their own. So, okay, now we can get to item 7, or items on section 7. So we have first one is an outdoor adventure tourism strategy and action plan project partnership. So would somebody like Councillor Allen, do you want to move it or do you want to speak to it?
No, I'll move that.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Valaquette. Okay, any comments? Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Isn't the outdoor adventure strategy part of the budget that we are considering? And so I wonder if looking at this report here is maybe premature, and we should defer this till after the budget process is done, depending on
Why don't I go to Michelle and maybe she may speak to it, and then we'll go to points of that. So Michelle, good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Hello, Mayor, and through you to Council. Indeed, there was a request for an outdoor adventure tourism strategy in the budget request for 2021. Which would have been funded entirely by the municipality of Grey Highlands. Since that time, I've been working with the county, who has in turn been working with RTO7, and this would allow us, should this be approved today, this would mean a financial contribution of $5,000 from the municipality, which could be funded out of my 2020 operating budget, and if approved, the request would be pulled from the 2021 budget request.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor, does that add enough clarity for your question, or do you want a further question?
No, it's clarity enough. I guess so. Yeah, I guess the other point of clarity I have is effectively we're deciding whether we want to go ahead and do that project this year from the 2020 budget or from the 2021 budget. Is that correct?
Michelle?
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor McQueen, through to Deputy Mayor. Yes, there is room in the existing ECDEF budget this year. And the feeling was through this partnership, a contribution of $5,000 for hopefully a more expanded project would be far more favorable than us trying to do it on our own in 2021 at a cost of $25,000. We've been working and the parties have come to the table interested in working together on this project, and that just happened after the 2021 budget submission.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for Director Harris is just confirming that the focus of the plan would still be Grey Highland centric. I know we're working with the county and RTO7, but the plan itself will end up being Grey Highlands tourism, not necessarily a county-wide approach.
Thank you through you, Mayor, to Councillor Nielsen. Because RTO7 and Grey County are participating, it will have a larger lens to it, but it is focused primarily on the Beaver Valley, which we know is mostly in Grey Highlands. As I mentioned in the report, the county and RTO7 are most recently understanding some of the challenges that we are all having related to over-tourism and COVID and drive-through. So I think the timing was really good for us all to come together. And I think there's opportunities here as well by looking at it beyond just Grey Highlands. Are there opportunities to redirect and migrate traffic when there are issues, et cetera? But yes, it will be primarily Grey Highlands focused.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Follow-up question is, I know in the report it does talk to the province supporting through the Tourism Economic Development Recovery Fund projects, but the statement there is kind of non-capital. After doing this study and survey, and I know from the report too, it's kind of having more actionable items because of the larger detail we can get into with the support from the funding. Does the province have a different funding source to help apply for grants towards acting on the items that come out of the report, or will it be kind of more up to RTO7, County, and Grey Highlands to push forward after we receive the final report?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Nielsen. There are always tourism pots. I have not identified one at this point for capital, but doesn't mean we won't keep looking. I think the timing of this is really critical as well, since Grey County just approved their cycling and trails master plan. If we can start to align and focus our own efforts and then tap into some of that funding, I suspect RTO7, depending on the outcomes of this, will be supportive of moving some of this forward, and we would explore that as we go forward. But I think, you know, the opportunity to work with the county and RTO7 on this allows us to take it out of just a theoretical strategy, but to have some concrete deliverables for action. And I know that that's what the RTO is specifically looking for. They don't want a bunch of strategies that sit on a shelf and collect dust, but they want to see how the implementation plan works. And if I can just add that since I've been with the municipality, but most recently within the last year, we are getting requests constantly from trails groups, from Friends of Hogs Falls, Friends of Kimberley Forest, wanting us to invest as a municipality in bridges, in parking lots, in upgrades to properties, many of which we don't own as a municipality. And we need some direction on this. As you know, the vast landscape of Grey Highlands is pretty large, and we need to start looking at where we can start focusing our efforts and have feasible outcomes of this rather than just throwing a few dollars here and a few dollars there. This needs to be a far more strategic approach. And obviously with the work we're doing more broadly and looking at investment for the Beaver Valley, I think the timing is quite critical for this.
Okay, Councillor Elwood and then Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Director of Economic Development. So I think this aligns nicely with the, as Chamber Liaison, we've shared, the Chamber has the application into the Ontario Trillium Foundation for the virtual strategic engagement approach to recovering our United Tourism Efforts route project. And I think we've shared that with the Director, but I see this as aligning itself with that common interest in promoting tourism and our community. So I'm excited about this, but I wonder if the Director wanted to comment on that alignment. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Elwood and the rest of Council. Yes, the Chamber, and we've been having conversations. They have just submitted an application to the Ontario Trillium Foundation, focusing on what I would call experiential tourism product development, specifically for things to do in the area and moving people around the area. It would be a visitor-focused marketing approach, I would say, for experiential tourism development. But at the end of the day, we still need to understand the infrastructure requirements that are going to leverage our tourism experiences. And as we all know, people can come, but if you don't deliver a good experience, not only will they not come back, but they will tell 25 friends that it was not market ready. So I think these align, these two undertakings would align very nicely.
Councillor Elwood?
Thank you. And I too agree with that. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. This whole thing is really exciting, the way this opportunity has arisen. And I think in the Beaver Valley area that we're familiar with, there are so many different property owners and different stakeholder groups. And it becomes a challenge, you know, working together on parallel activities, but in isolation and dealing with the same agencies. And so doing something like this brings those different elements into alignment and able to collaborate and work together and share resources, just like we saw in the previous presentation. The benefit of collaboration is so important, and you know, we can achieve so much through that. So I just want to thank Michelle for working with the county and with her connections that we've been able to take advantage of this, and thank you for bringing that forward.
Okay, Councillor Little, any other comments? So just, I have a quick question, Michelle. Back in, and I think Dane Nielsen maybe was part of it, back in 2015, we did have a tourism destination development plan through RTO 7. Is there any of that background information able to help for the base of this at all? Or is there any, you know, because I know Grey Highlands did that back, and I don't know if you're very familiar with it. I know, I think Dane was on that, or was one of the businesses that were part of that. I don't know if there's any comments there.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I am familiar with that. In fact, I know the consultant very well. I'm very familiar with that strategy. that was what I would call a tourism 101 strategy. It sort of said, this is what you need to get into the market. You need to look at experiential tourism. You need to, make sure you have asset listings of your businesses. What this will do, in my opinion, is start to focus our efforts, because, when we speak of tourism, it's like talking about, well, I'll speak to your language. It's about talking about farming. It can be as broad as it is long. And we all have finite resources. And if we want to be able to capitalize on the opportunities that best suit our community, we need to focus our efforts. And I think we all agree that the outdoor assets that we have, especially around outdoor experiences and outdoor adventure, are probably our primary advantage. It doesn't mean that all of the other tourism experiences don't benefit from a focus. People who come to hike will shop in our shops and dine in our restaurants and may stop at an art gallery. But you need to have something that differentiates you from your competition. So I think this is the next step and the next evolution of moving our tourism piece forward.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for explaining that part. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was part of the tourism advisory group that was helping to do the TDMP, and I agree that this project, and especially the way it's worded in this report versus the way it was presented in the budget package, working with RTO7, working with Grey County, is going to give us more definition and more action. So I'm optimistic about that. I'm optimistic by working with the greater partners. The tourism plan, one of the challenges with it was on the completion, trying to help stakeholders understand their next steps and trying to get them energized to do that. This one, I think we're going to have some more a clearer picture as to where we're going to go next and how that can benefit Grey Highlands as a whole.
Okay. So again, this is moved by Councillor Allen, second by Councillor Balaguet. Deputy Mayor, you had a question.
Thank you. A final question, Your Worship, and this is a little subjective, mainly because it's based in opinion. The budget, or the project that was presented in the budget was costed at $25,000, and my expectation would be that we would get $25,000 worth of benefit out of that as the municipality. I think one way that I would feel reassured that I would be doing the right thing by supporting the motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor, is if I can be assured that by spending the $5,000, we're going to get more than a $5,000 benefit instead of waiting to do what's in the budget, which would be local to Grey Highlands. I would like to know that we would get more than the $5,000 benefit in Grey Highlands itself, rather than a $5,000 benefit spread out across the region. Thank you.
Okay, Michelle, do you understand the question?
I think I do. Thank you, Mayor. Through you and in response to Deputy Mayor's comments, an outdoor adventure tourism strategy at a high level, sort of through getting preliminary information and talking to colleagues, would cost at a high level about $25,000. And I believe that, as we said, the majority of the Beaver Valley itself is in Grey Highlands. So a contribution of $5,000, I believe 80 to 90% at minimum of that project will focus on properties in Grey Highlands. And I just think it's an opportunity to look at this holistically. I think our businesses will and our community will benefit far more than anybody else, but we are getting contributions of $25,000 from two partners right up front, making this a $30,000 project. And should we be successful in additional funding to get a concrete action plan, an infrastructure plan, this becomes a $60,000 project for a municipal investment of $5,000. For us to try to take it this far on our own would mean a commitment by the municipality of a lot more money. I will also just add, yes, we need to be Grey Highland centric. We're dealing with our own taxpayers' money and we need to be cognizant of that. But from a tourism perspective, tourists do not know municipal boundaries, and we need to look at this holistically. Our tax base also pays money to Grey County, and the fact that they are supporting us 2-to-1 on this project, I think is in and of itself has tremendous value. And I don't see anything but benefit from approaching it this way. And it's interesting because, as I said, this opportunity wasn't available when I put the budget submission in. And I am so delighted that I'm able to come forward now and seek council's approval to move it forward this way, because I think it's going to have far more benefit than us trying to do it on our own.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up, Deputy Mayor?
No further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Michelle.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Alwood.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the director. So I just wanted to be clear. Are we saying this is in lieu of the $25,000 request in the budget items for council consideration?
Yes, you are indeed correct, Councillor Alwood. If this gets passed today, we will pull the $25,000 from the budget request for 2021 and handle it this way.
Thank you.
I like the idea of reducing our budget, not even doing budget.
We didn't even have to do anything other than approve this.
Got any more tricks up your sleeve, Michelle? Or? All right. Any further discussion on this item? So I guess, yeah, just briefly, certainly as of COVID-19, we're sort of doing more stuff outside as well because of outdoor activities, and we can, I mean, under the rules of COVID, we are allowed to do that as long as you still distance yourself or whatever, but that seems to be something that's still happening, and certainly probably creating those opportunities for people to see things that maybe they haven't seen before, and then maybe that wets the whistle and so forth and so what. So that keeps moving things forward, and they come back and they tell two friends and they tell two friends and then you get over tourism, right, Michelle? All right. So moved by Councillor Allen, second by Councillor Valaket. Let this be supported. All in favor? That is carried. All righty. Thanks, Michelle. All right. So the next one is the Cannabis Interim Control Bylaw. I'm just going to pull it up here. This is something that has been floating along, and Michael, I don't know if it shows the motion to bring it forward. I don't know if Michael has anything to add to it. It's here. Are there any questions to the report? Do you wish to move it as it is presented? Councillor Allen?
Well, before I move this, I did have a question. In the actual bylaw, which is on the page 5 of 6, under number 2, it says just over halfway through, except where such land, building, or structure was lawfully used for such purpose on the day of passing. Now, we did discuss whether this has any implications on a file that is in process. Can you just explain that clause, whether, because I think we are all in agreement that we weren't trying to retroactively enforce this. So could you just explain that section, please? Thank you.
So I'll defer this to our Director of Planning. Michael, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. And to to respond to Councillor Allen's question. This this portion of the bylaw pertains more to there may be properties out in the countryside that, unbeknownst to staff, have been licensed for cannabis growing operations. I think we might know of a couple that may fit into that area. We haven't been officially notified of such operations. In terms of the, so that's how that would be covered. So existing licenses would continue to operate. In terms of other applications that are on the books right now, we just have the one application, and it's under process. So it would fall outside of this because it's under process. This interim control bylaw wouldn't cover that. It would. This is for anything new coming to us after the bylaw is actually passed.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Allen. Do you have a follow-up?
No, that's fine, because again, we all agreed that we weren't trying to control the application that was in process. So that's good. Thank you for the explanation. And so I'll move. I'm not sure what to go back to the agenda, what the motion was. The council receive staff report and to bring forward the control bylaw is substantially contained in Appendix 1 at the next council meeting. Oh, no, now that does bring up another, it says that it will be in effect until December 2nd, 2021, which means we're signing it today, but it's on the agenda, it's saying to the next council meeting. So just a bit of clarification. I see the clerks popped up there. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Allen. So there was just some little wording things that Michael and I had noticed after the report was completed and before the agenda was published. That's why the resolution in his report is actually different than the one that's on the agenda. So we just wanted to make sure that we were following how council always follows, where they have a report and then the bylaw comes to the next meeting, except in time sensitive things. So as you notice, the resolution on the agenda says as substantially contained in Appendix 1. We will make all those minor date changes so it matches up with the full year from the December 16th meeting for the December 16th, 2021 for the interim control bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make the motion that is under 7.2 on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alward. Are you seconding that?
I am seconding that motion.
Okay, motion's on the floor. Any other comments? So I'm going to go Councillor Little and then Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I just want to get confirmation from our Director of Planning that passing this resolution and implementing an interim control bylaw does not preclude the municipality from implementing control bylaws, interim control bylaws for other planning issues.
Michael.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Little's question. Yes, that's correct. The municipality can't have several interim control bylaws. You just can't have two interim control bylaws for the same subject matter.
Do you have a follow-up there, Councillor Little, or no? Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's been quite obvious from the start that I've supported cannabis facilities operating within Grey Highlands, and I still remain in support of that. Nonetheless, I do agree that we need to have a baseline on how we're going to operate, how we're going to allow them to operate, especially in terms of land use policies, so that we don't find ourselves in the situation that we've recently found ourselves in. Having said that, one of the things that concerns me a little is the fact that the timing says that it could be extended in accordance with provisions of the Planning Act. I still remain of the opinion that we shouldn't be, tying ourselves in the number of operations that we can have in our municipality. So I guess my question, Mr. Mayor, through you to the Director for Planning and Building Services is, what are the provisions of the Planning Act that would allow it to be extended?
Okay, we've done this before at Grey Highlands. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Section 38 of the Planning Act covers interim control bylaws, and that section is actually quite clear on the period of time that an interim control bylaw can be in effect. So essentially, you can only have an interim control bylaw in effect for a period of 1 year. However, you can, through council resolution, choose to extend for another period of time in case you're just not quite ready to deal with whatever that matter is under the interim control bylaw. But that period of time cannot total 2 years or more than 2 years. So the most that you could possibly extend this for is up to 2 years. And after that, then you can't come back again and try to do another interim control bylaw for the same subject within, I believe it's another 2 year period. So you have to give at least 2 years grace in between your interim control bylaws.
Do you have a further comment there, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I'm understanding it correctly, we have a 1 year interim control bylaw, and then we can extend it in December of 2021 for 2 years. So we would have, at most, we would have 3 years of interim control bylaw. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, we can only extend it for an additional 1 year. So at the most, we'd only have 2 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. I guess, Mr. Mayor, I feel there's still some gray area on what a legitimate provision is under the Planning Act to extend it. So is it a subjective issue, or is it an objective issue where, we can show that we need more time and therefore we're going to extend it? Or is it subjective where we can sort of, for the lack of a better phrase, grasp at straws and say that here's a case that could be made and therefore we're making it?
I'm gonna let Michael, I have a comment. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my understanding that the extension would be objective as opposed to subjective. We would have to have grounds for the reason to extend it. A study wasn't completed on time, or the study brought forward additional information that we needed, something concrete, because intercontrol bylaws are subject to appeal. So that somebody, after this is passed, it could be appealed. After 1 year, we tried to extend it again, that could also be appealed. So the municipality has to have solid objective evidence why they would need to extend it for an additional year.
Okay, and I guess a final question, Your Worship, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do we envision, through you to the Director of Planning, do we envision this process taking the entire year to come back with a report, or do we think that we may be able to come back in about 6 months or before the year is up, I guess? If you had any input on that, thank you.
Michael, do you have any crystal ball thinking there?
I can try, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Deputy Mayor Desai, there's actually a lot of really good information out there right now on cannabis policy, cannabis bylaws. Our neighbors to the east, Clearview, are undertaking a very similar approach. They've recently passed an internal control bylaw, and I've had discussions with their director of planning, and she wants to work with us in tandem on both of our policies. The municipality of Meaford has also recently passed some cannabis related policies that we're looking at. As well, I sit on the AMO Cannabis Facilities and Processing Task Force. So we have a link to other municipalities across the province and what they're grappling with. So given the wealth of information that's out there and different policies in place or being developed, I'm fairly confident that we can, first of all, gather that information fairly quickly. And secondly, subject to budget approval, we're also looking at updating our comprehensive zoning bylaw. So it behooves us to have this information in place so that we can input it into that more comprehensive zoning bylaw exercise. So really, I'm looking at probably a 6-month target to come back with some policies in this respect.
Okay. A little bit of a time frame there. I just want to say back when we were developing our policies around wind turbines, that developing OP10, we certainly did go into a second year to develop it. And as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, that long as you're working on it moving forward, then that sort of justifies, what you're doing. And that's, if you're just putting it up there as a roadblock, well, then you definitely will be challenged, because that's not the intent. Your intention is to develop policy and to come back with some real tangible, constructive, framework of how you want to move forward. And there will be public opportunities as well. I do want to say at our annual board meeting at the county caucus, one of the things I reported as the caucus chair, because we meet with our caucus members before the full board meeting. Sorry. And cannabis is an issue with county caucus. A few items that were raised. Lighting. If you find that there are larger operations, there's quite a bit of lighting. I don't know if it's from security reasons, or certainly it's probably lighting inside as well, but for security reasons, and that there seemed to be a lot of lighting, and that seemed to be an issue with regards to neighbors or people that have that, natural, that light around. Certainly finding that there are operations that don't have the correct zoning or in the wrong zoning, or all of a sudden there they are and have approval from the federal government, but don't have the right planning documentation in place. So that's something else. I think there's been some about maybe odor. But I know Jim Ginn, who was the past warden of Huron County, and I'm trying to think which municipality he's the mayor of. Is it Central Huron maybe? And I know he's been speaking about it. And if you Google, you can see there's some stuff across the province sort of popping up. There's some issues that have maybe need to be addressed in the sense of, and there's probably, Michael, has there been other municipalities that you said Clearview? Is there some policies already developed that you can sort of, it's great if we can sort of, I'm going to say copy and paste, but if somebody else has done the work and it's public, I know that was one thing with our OP 80, a lot of people, used it as well until the Green Energy Act came in place. So I don't know if you have any quick comments, or are there some stuff that you can bring that framework forward from other people who've done a lot of work?
To Mr. Murray, yes, there are some really good examples in other municipalities and other jurisdictions that we can cut and paste essentially from. That's a lot of how the planning regime in Ontario works. We just share information amongst municipalities. So there is some good local examples of some policies that we can use, and also farther reaching as well.
Right, and that's the whole part of it, is you're developing policy. It's not a roadblock per se. It's a policy that you're developing. Councillor Allen.
Yeah, I just wanted to, it seems like there was a bit of concern that we're perhaps going to try to drag this out just to keep people away. And I guess I'll comment like the deputy mayor did, that I was clearly against the one facility that in the application that's in process. But I want to be clear that any applications that I oppose, it's not so much the use, it's more where it is. And that's my biggest concern with the cannabis facilities, that if it's out in an industrial area where it's not going to affect residents, then I don't have a problem with that. It's legal in Canada. We can't stop that. We can't change that. So let's just make sure that our zoning bylaw is up to date on cannabis and that we're protecting the people of Grey Highlands. Thank you.
Okay. So again, that's been moved by Councillor Allen, second by Councillor Allwood. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I'm not sure what Councillor Nielsen is. Oh, he's up for a walk there. Okay, seeing there's no other discussion, all in favor of this motion? That is carried. Okay. So moving on then to the interim.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a break at this point?
That's if that's the wish of council. I was gonna maybe add one at the end of section 7, but if you want to take one now, we've been at this now almost an hour and a half, so I guess it's time. I see Councillor Nielsen was up doing a stretch. I was on a Zoom call the other day and somebody was doing exercises, so so I guess it's all about keeping the blood flowing, right? Okay, so we're gonna take a break. I got 2:22. What's the return time?
15 minutes, sir.
Okay, that's about the 23 minutes to 3.
2:35.
There you go. 2:35. We'll see you back. Set your machines off on mute or in camera, please. So how are we making it? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we are, we're all back. So just before I call the meeting back to order, I'm going to put a bit of a challenge out there. So our next council meeting, wear something Christmassy like. Okay, it's our only little Christmas thingy we're going to have. So or have some Christmassy thing in the back, or just something Christmassy like.
Your worship, the next council meeting's my birthday. I think we should wear something Raylene like.
Okay, Raylene, like.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Everybody bring their best hairpiece.
Are we talking National Lampoon level Christmassy or more modest, sir?
Well, I guess politically speaking, I should say something that's more a festival for the holidays. I mean, look at the Cash. He had a great birthday yesterday and he's still dressed up.
I was gonna say we should maybe have the procedural bylaw as our background on December 16th and have a Christmassy tie or something Christmas attire related, so that it's best of all worlds.
You know, have the procedural bylaw scrolling down as you know, so it's okay. You said it, Deputy Mayor. All right, just something that it's sort of there for that we can't get together, but if it's something that is sort of festive, like, I think it's something that it sends a cheerful message. Okay. All right. I mean, if you have Santa Claus behind you, I mean, that'll work too, you know. All right. So moving on, we'll call this meeting back to order. And moving on then to 7.3. Oh, computer died here. So this is regards to CLS 2029 Internet Infrastructure Task Force Terms of Reference. So it's been published on our agenda, and I know Deputy Mayor, you brought this forward, but I see Councillor Valaket had her hand up first.
Just to move it.
Okay. Councillor Valaket, do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor, do you have anything to add? Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. The timing on this is terrific. I think it's overdue. We've noticed on our council itself, we usually have at least one member of council who's having internet issues. And so this is really, really needed. And in fact, over the last couple of weeks, I've had a few families who live rurally message me asking about this. And on the break, I received a message from someone who said that the only way they can get internet is through a rocket stick, which costs them $130 a month. And so, you know, and so I told them that we're passing this today. And so really, I think it's long overdue, and I'm glad we can all agree on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I was trying to remember when we talked about this before. Are we just having 3 members of council? No public? It's strictly.
I think we already picked the members, have we not, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship. When the notice of motion was brought forward, it was a committee made up of 3 council members only, and the 3 council members were indicated in the resolution that was passed, Resolution 2020-617.
Okay. Councillor Allen, were you thinking there should be an amendment to the notice terms of reference?
No, can you just remind us who the other 2 are?
Madam Clerk.
It is Councillor Allwood and Councillor Nielsen, and they are listed in the resolution that was included on the agenda.
I didn't see where it included it, but maybe, right on the page on the agenda.
Yes.
There they are. It doesn't have it on the in the report. Okay.
No, it's another one that we realized that we were going to appoint, and then we realized it was already done, so we made the amendment on the agenda. It was after the report was written.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I would suggest that probably Councillor Allen, from the three members, if they need it to talk to experts on they'd be, called in or however. So, okay. Any further discussion on this item? Councillor Alwood.
Sorry, further to the Deputy Mayor's comments, I look forward to the first item on our mandate there to review the current state of broadband internet services throughout Grey Highlands, particularly Swift's opinion of that. I think we need to delve into that, and the fact that people have to rely on rocket sticks and exorbitant rates for an essential service concerns me, and I hope we can
improve things,
provide our ratepayers with some better internet service, or at least come up with a plan in conjunction with the county and others to provide our ratepayers with better, cost-effective, essential service, internet service. Thank you.
Well, I know that there's other municipalities are doing similar things, and Madam CEO, there you are.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was actually on another Town of Blue Mountains Rabbit Task Force meeting this morning, and they are scheduling an open house on January 18th, time to be determined. But they are inviting all members of Grey Highlands Council to attend virtually, and we're discussing items just in relation to that, into broadband across specifically the three municipalities, Municipality of Meaford, Town of Blue Mountains, and Grey Highlands. So we're thinking that once the task force for Grey Highlands is established, these two task force can work very closely together in order, but there's a lot of synergies there between the three municipalities. We share borders, and we feel that it will be advantageous for the three municipalities to work together in conjunction with possibly the county as well. So I was going to bring that up under future meeting dates. There will be an invitation that will go out. I'm just trying to find out confirmation if all of the Town of Blue Mountains Council will be in attendance, or if it will just be the members from the task force. And I will certainly get back to council on that, but they're doing good things up in Blue Mountains, and I think it's something we can work together with them and create something good for our municipality as well.
Might be called Broadband Mountain or Internet Mountain. All right, thanks for that, Madam CEO. And I do want to say that under the current SWIFT that was announced a few weeks back, there's a number of projects throughout Grey County which can allow the opportunity to expand. For example, I know one particular project, I think it was a neighboring municipality of Clearview, that's actually bringing internet fiber up to Singhampton from Collingwood, which is to service the Beaver Valley, Devil's Glen Ski Club. Sorry. So they're bringing fiber right to there, just to Singhampton. Well, then once you get fiber, in Singhampton is part Grey Highlands, part Clearview. But that's just one example. Is there it is, and then all of a sudden, it can sort of leapfrog out, and that's sort of the great things that can happen. And similar to maybe Beaver Valley Ski Club or the Valley, maybe there's future opportunities there. I'm thinking like, Grey Road 13 that comes up from Blue Mountains, Gregly, or through Heathcote and up through into the Valley. There's maybe opportunities. The future of the Talisman property. Who knows? That's and I know that the infrastructure that they look at. I mean, you can't beat fiber, but a lot of the other projects are still wireless and stuff like that. But a lot of them are fiber to a transmitter, and then from transmitter, then it brought it's that's sort of like some of the other systems that we're seeing right now. But so I know some of them were concerned about the SWIFT not it's not everyone, and the other one I want to say from SWIFT is they are looking at 2.0. That's the next SWIFT that's trying to be pushed forward, is in getting funding for that, and that is more fiber than 10 down, 50 up or whatever. No, 50 up, 10 down. So anyway, that's my little jargon for today. Seeing there's no other conversation here. Oh, Madam Clerk.
I have to apologize, Your Worship, but the bylaw appointing the members to the Internet Infrastructure Task Force already went to council in October through bylaw 2020-091.
I thought we dealt with it. Okay.
Sorry. It just popped into my head that we already did it, so I had to look back, and sure enough, we already did it. We're ahead of the game. We usually don't do it until it's the same time as we're approving terms of reference, but we did this one in advance.
So basically, this is void.
No, we still have to do a bylaw adopting the terms of reference. We
Okay.
just don't have to appoint the members.
Right. There you go. So we say, so we're sort of like, it's sort of like doing the zoning and the official plan amendment at the same time, right? We did one before the other. Okay. So there we are. We don't have to bring the bylaw forward. It's there. So this is appointing the members. So any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Alrighty. I know, Madam Clerk, you've been very, very busy looking after a number of things in the municipality. So I appreciate what your comments are. Moving forward then to 7.4, Stonebrook Subdivision, Stormwater Management Easement. Let me just pull it up here. Rear lot. Councillor Allen.
I'll make that motion. Pretty straightforward, I think.
Yeah, Councillor Allwood seconding that. All right. Any conversation, any discussion on that particular item? Councillor Little.
Just a question, Your Worship. On the report, I think it's page 5, the last page, I guess. I didn't see it labeled there, but the strip that runs at the back of the part 1, part 2, part 3, 4, 5, is that the easement that we're talking about?
Michael?
That's here, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's the easement, the kind of the darker lines on the drawing, right along the top of the drawing. That is the extent of the easement.
Okay, thank you.
Always good to have those easements when you need them, right, Michael?
That's correct.
Yes, it protects the municipality. Okay, thanks for that question, Councillor Little. Anything else? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All righty. Okay, so we have 4 items for consent agenda. I'm wondering if a couple of them should be pulled, maybe discussed separately. I guess you can still discuss it if you're not changing the resolution. Councillor Allen?
I would like 8.2 and 8.3 pulled, please.
Okay. Okay, that's the Town of Blue Mountains Waste. Another one is the wedding barn. Okay. Any others wish to be pulled? If not, can I have a mover for the remaining items for the consent agenda? Councillor Valicat, Councillor Allwood. All right, any discussion on the set of minutes and zoning 56-2020? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Little, go ahead.
Just a question, Your Worship, to the planner on 8.4. It looks like this was just an oversight and this is more of a housekeeping issue. Is that correct?
Michael or?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just waiting for the report to actually open. We get so many of these that I just have to remind myself which one it is. Oh, yes, that's the barn. Yes, essentially it's an oversight. The barn should have been included in the original lift to hold. It wasn't, so we've come back with this one to bring it in.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you, Michael, for that clarity. Any other discussions on those items? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. All righty. So, Councillor Allen, item 8.2. I think you added this to the agenda as well. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not sure who initiated the county to look into a county-wide waste management program, but I see that Blue Mountains, because of their infrastructure, that they have decided that they would like to do it alone. And it's also showing that the costs for each municipality, I think there's one municipality, the costs are going to go down, everybody else's are going to go up. So I'm not quite sure why they even need to study it any further, but I just wondered about whether we want to make a similar motion or just get some information. Like if there's a county-wide waste management program, what happens to our landfills? Do we sign those over? Do we keep them for residents to go on Saturdays and Mondays? Just a little, I don't want a big long report, but just a little bit of background. And do we want to, whether we do it today or discuss this further at another meeting, to have input to the county? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Allen, and I guess I'll start, and maybe the Deputy Mayor will follow along. And just in a sense, maybe going to your last part is, I mean, you could support this resolution and adopt it as your own position. That's just an option. But going back, I think it was the municipality of Meaford that initiated. I think they were looking at cost of renewing their contract and a number of things, and so they initiated. And so there's I'm trying to think of the wording at the county. Maybe Deputy Mayor will help me out. And in the sense of there was a framework that was developed back, I'm going to say around 2012, to look at if there's an item that a membering municipality of the county wishes to have the county review, then it takes 2 or more municipalities to sort of start that process. And there was a little bit of discussion around that process, but that was sort of the intent. So that's what's going on. So the clerk will be coming back, not the clerk, the CAO will be coming back with a report in the new year with sort of like a basis of could there be a possibility? I don't have the terms of reference of how she's going to write it, but you know, it'll be a high level. I'm suspecting it'll be a high level report to sort of maybe include some of the information that the Town of the Mountains have included. And I did ask the question the other day at council, will you be following up with each municipality? And she said she would be gaining that information as well as for background. So it's very high level, very preliminary, high level at this particular time, but it was initiated from Everett. I'm going to go to the Deputy Mayor on just if he has any more clarity on that part, and then I got a couple other thoughts or comments on that. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Allen. So as the Mayor mentioned, Meaford initiated it and Owen Sound supported it. And so there's going to be a report, as the Mayor mentioned early in the new year. The process is not unlike the process that was undertaken a few years ago when they were talking about moving to a county-wide library system. It's a very sort of high-level process, and it looks at the very base of it of whether or not savings can be provided. So again, if we chose to pass a motion today saying we're not in support of it, we could do that. I think it would be a little premature, but again, I wouldn't be opposed to a motion like that coming forward. But I think we should wait to see what input we get from the CAO at the county. And again, with the mayor and I being up there, if it is in fact coming out that Grey Highlands is paying more than we are right now into that system per household, then we would be opposed to that anyway. So, yeah.
Well, and certainly there would have to be almost like a triple majority in order to adopt or change. It's the same as idea if you were looking at, say, we looked after our own planning, or as right now the county, has a planning department, and it has been discussed as maybe we don't need a lower tier and upper tier planning, or another idea is like Wellington County has countywide policing. There's other counties that are doing something. I think, Simcoe County has a waste management across the county itself, right? And I know back in I think my first term on county council, we had a tour of that and that type of thing. But I will say that something I will be looking forward out of this, or hopefully coming out of this, is there opportunity for us as municipalities to be able to consolidate through savings? So is there a possibility that we have one contract for all of Grey County? We still have our own autonomy but could there be an opportunity for one company to do all or a portion of the county for waste or garbage or however? I don't know. We do have we have great service that we have right now, but on the recycling side, is there an opportunity there? So, I think as the deputy mayor says, we got to, keep our mind open at this time, but certainly getting into, more of an operational thing, that may be a different story, and that type of thing. I don't know. Does that help, Councillor Allen? Do you have any further comments to?
I'm not sure, as the deputy mayor said, I'm not sure that we should do anything today. If there's a report coming back from the county and they're going to be talking to each municipality, then obviously we're going to have time to respond. Perhaps, staff in their spare time could be kind of, preparing a bit of a report as to where we might want to, or how we might want to respond, or at least information obviously to council so that we can decide how we want to respond. So I don't think it's anything that we need to do today, but I wanted to pull it just in case we did want to do something. So thank you.
Yeah, and just following up, I know I had a brief conversation with Mayor Mackey from Chatsworth, and he's very happy of the relationship that we have between ourselves with our Markdale site, and how that's working very well. And but there's probably going to be, from that report, a bit of an inventory, gathering of from maybe a little bit from this, what I'm looking at this chart, but maybe who has what and what everybody's doing and that type of thing. So it could be a collection of information that could come forward as well. Councillor Allen?
Yeah, one other point, Councillor Valaket and I sit on the joint waste disposal committee. So, and we haven't had meetings since COVID started. So it might be a good time to perhaps initiate another meeting, just so that the two municipalities can discuss, because we do share that one landfill site.
Yeah, and maybe something the deputy mayor and I could proactively suggest, that when this report comes back, maybe we do a countywide Zoom with all the councillors, just to have some discussion points. I don't know, it's all for discussion and information when that information comes back. And if you have 9 municipalities times, say 7, there's 63. I know at our AMO board meeting, we have sometimes 45 people on the format. So that could be an opportunity as well, just to have like a sort of like a, I don't know what you call, like a town hall from, you know, just whatever information comes back. But, you know, I think we have to look at it objectively and positively in the sense at this time. And, you know, if there's opportunities for us to, and maybe maybe there's a section of certain municipalities could work together and save money too. Councillor Allen.
So I'll move that we receive this for information at this time.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Nielsen? Okay, and certainly maybe Councillor Valaket, you're the liaison to waste management, are you not? Yes? So maybe you could even have some conversation with staff in a sense of, you know, I'm sure they're going to be, like I said, the county's going to be reaching out. So, you know, just to something, just an FYI in a sense of conversation. So, okay, is there anybody else wish to have a conversation? Councillor Nielsen, did you have your hand up? I wasn't sure.
I had a thought, but given the way the conversation went, waiting to see more information from the counties isn't a bad thing. My question was more over whether going county-wide would require a larger provider and an ability to select the provider that would be using. If you're trying to get one person to cover an entire county, you're going to need a rather large-scale provider, which would limit who we could go with.
So Chatsworth and Georgian Bluffs have the biodigester, and they've had that in place for, I don't know, 12, 15 years now. And the big thought that they were having that put in place was the idea of a mandatory sewage use bylaw that all septics would have to be, you know, pumped at a regular basis, and that could be a source. But we keep talking about environmental services with regards to organics and organic, and I know we've talked about organics. Is that something that maybe from a county perspective, we have a county-wide organic pickup? I don't know, or you know, similar to hazardous waste, but it's in a bigger scale, and so maybe it's enhancing certain services that we could collectively, you know, maybe there's a 2 or 3 landfill sites throughout the county that takes the organic matter from all, but it's compost and could put back into as fertilizer or whatever, and that's all good to go back to wherever, right? So some of the municipalities may not have the ability to have a space to do that, and I would think that might work well on some of your transfer stations, or maybe somewhere where you have a capped landfill for now or something. I don't know, but again, that's something that's really high level, and you know, from a saving and sort of doing something that could be an opportunity, because I think they always say 50% of your garbage is organics, right? So yeah, I think we look at it with our glass half full for sure. So is there any other comments there then? So let's move by Councillor Allen, second by Councillor Nielsen. All in favor for information? Okay, that's carried. I figured, Councillor Allen, you were supporting that one. All right, so the second one then is, go back to our agenda then, is with regards to the GOT bylaw. And that's item 8.3. So, Council, we've received some delegations today with regards to this item, 2 delegations. So, is there, Michael, do you wish to speak to those comments that were made? I remember the May 26th public meeting. I think it was a long meeting. I think we had a lot of files that night, if I remember correctly. Councillor Allen?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but at the same time, did staff receive the email this morning too from Aaron Boynton? Because there's some comments in there that I'm interested in the peer review, whether, I know we peer review on some zoning, like from residential to multi, do we peer review on something like this? And then also the conflict of interest part, whether they're that has any validity.
Okay, Michael, there was a few questions there from Councillor Allen.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, we do normally peer review civil engineering reports, especially when they deal with our municipal infrastructure. It's, I wouldn't say it's rare, but we do not as typically peer review other types of studies. We rely more on the specialist, the consulting engineer. In this situation, though, there's a couple of matters. Certainly, the additional information brought up recently by Mrs. Boynton-Seeley and Mrs. Hale regarding the additional information that we received from the planning and the engineering consultants on this file. In fact, I've also received some emails from Mrs. Loft, the planning consultant who is representing the GOTS, and she's made some recommendations that council may wish to consider either only reading first and second reading and referring the file back to staff so that we can clean up some of the issues that were brought forward by Mrs. Hale and Mrs. Boynton-Seeley. We could also, certainly up to council, of course, but just simply refer the whole thing back to staff. That would allow us some opportunities to have some peer review done on the noise study and to continue to work with the applicants to address Mrs. Hale and Mrs. Boynton-Seeley's concerns. I do know the applicants do want to work well with their neighbors. They don't want to create any animosity with them. So I guess I'll leave it up to council for your wise judgment on this.
Okay, Councillor Allen, for follow up.
Yeah, I definitely like to see it go back to staff. I don't see the benefit to first and second and holding off on the third, because we normally do all three at once anyway, so there's really no difference there. I would like to see some of the studies peer reviewed, and again, whether the conflict of interest there is something that is a problem. As I said earlier on one of the other items on the agenda, it's not so much the application that I'm not in favor of. It's either location or how it affects residents. And as one of the delegations or in open forum said, they're asking permission to have something every night of the week from May till October. And that can get a little disruptive. And so I think we do need to look at this again after there's the peer reviews. And I'm not sure what the process, whether it just comes back to council or if it goes, I can't recall where a file has actually gone to the public a second time for something as I'll call this minor. But I'll leave that to staff. I would like to see it go back and have some more information before I make a decision. Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Allen. So just a point of clarity then. So if this was to come back to staff, and so from the comments that were made today, and Michael, you mentioned that the planner for the applicant has made some concessions. So if we send it back, I mean, it's been May 26th, and I know that, it is a procedural side is, I can't remember when they made the application, but there is a certain process on procedure, but you certainly don't want to stop things that are moving along in a sense of moving to the end. And you mentioned that the applicant wants to work with their neighbors and wants to find that sweet spot. So just in process, Michael, so if you take it back, you take the comments here, what are you looking at coming back, or will it have to then come back to council? And the is Councillor Allen saying about peer review? So that would be a report, and that recommendation would be either it needs to be something else, or it's okay. But the other parts about hours, like going to Mrs. Hale, she mentioned that they're not opposed to it, just sort of like she didn't want a free for all every night, every weekend. So has there been has there been anything that's came back from the consultant on that part in the sense of hours? And is that one of the things that we can easy take off the list if we can come to an acceptable thing? Or is there a rule of thumb on wedding barns that they're obviously at summertime, not wintertime? And I guess, so do you have any comments there, Michael?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, you brought forward quite a few points, actually. In terms of process and timing, we have now, with the changes to the Planning Act that have happened over the last couple of years, we have very tight timelines in terms of bringing matters back to council for consideration. They're down to 90 days where it used to be 180 days. So they've halved that. So we're beyond that. In terms of kind of process moving forward, we would certainly, I think, have to work very closely with Mrs. Hale and Mrs. Boynton-Seeley to address their concerns, also with the applicant and their consultants, looking at getting that information, the noise aspects, anyways, peer reviewed, what have you. In terms of the frequency of events, the planning consultant did note that the applicant has indicated that even one event a week would be acceptable to them. So there's certainly some concessions that they're trying to make to make sure they're working with their neighbors on this. The other piece that's part of this is this is actually a two-pronged application. There's the zoning bylaw amendment, and then there's also the site plan control piece to it as well. So there's a lot happening in here, and so next steps would certainly be, assuming that this is coming back to staff, we'd work with the applicant and the consultants to try to address the concerns of Mrs. Hale and Mrs. Boynton-Seeley. Then we'd also tie both of them into that process to make sure everybody's okay. We'd then bring a report again back to council at a future date, kind of an update saying, here's where we were, we've done additional work, here's the outcome of that work, and here's our recommendations at the staff level. And I think just in terms of timing, just to keep the process moving forward, I'd probably bring this site plan control application back to council for your consideration at the same time. Twofold for that. One is to keep the process moving quickly, because then council has obviously the ultimate authority to grant both the zoning bylaw and the site plan control at the same time. And also, even though council has delegated site plan control down to the planning department, I think this is a unique enough application that you probably want to see that and be involved in that.
And I just to add to that, I think at the public meeting there was something on an entrance on the bend, and that was probably more related to site plan in the sense of access and for parking and stuff like that. I'm just trying to think back to, and maybe that's been addressed, I'm not sure.
Through Mr. Mayor, it kind of has been addressed there. If you may recall, where the event barn will be, there's two entrances to the property right now. There's kind of the field entrance going to the barn, and then there's a dwelling that's associated with the barn, and then there's a residential entrance. Under this most updated application, they're only going to use the entrance that's associated with the dwelling and kind of loop around the back of the barn and come down to the parking area. The field entrance just wasn't working in terms of traffic dynamics and viewing distances that our director of transportation knows how to call them, but the word has lost me at the moment. But how far you can see down the road and other people can see you, that field entrance wasn't working, so they're just going with the one entrance.
Sight lines.
Yes, yes, sightlines. So I'm going to go back to Councillor Allen just in a second to see if there's anything else with that. But just in the sense of time frame, are you looking at sort of like the first quarter of 2021?
Mr. Mayor, and just to remind you, Councillor Little had her hand up. But yeah, probably first quarter, something like that.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to go back to you, Councillor Allen. Is there anything else with regards to, because you pulled this, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Little.
No, I don't think so. And I'd like to hear what Councillor Little has to say, but I was going to move basically what our Director of Planning said. I won't say it all again, but basically go back to staff, work with the proponent and concerned citizens and report back. So, but I'll make that perhaps after Councillor Little speaks. Thank you.
Well, you can make it now or whatever. Well, and then get a seconder, and then I can go to Councillor Little if you wish. I can
Okay.
ask the.
I'll move that then. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Little? Okay. And so, Madam Clerk, if you can craft that, and I'm going to go to Councillor Little. Go ahead, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You stole my thunder.
Oh, no.
But I did have I did want to ask our Director of Planning about, I mean, the main concerns were, I think, around the sound study and some inaccuracies there noted by residents. And the other was the impact quality of life. And I think it particularly revolved around hours of operation. I know with, I know that, well, I guess to the Director, the hours of operation are things that we could include in the site plan control, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Little. Kind of yes and no. Typically, a site plan application only deals with, the physical matters of the property, but more in practice, I suppose, than anything else, our site plan applications typically do have, or typical site plans speak to hours of operation and things like that. And that's all kind of part of that agreement. So our site plan agreements are kind of more of a site / development agreement. So we could address the hours of operation in the agreement. However, probably more justly so, they should be in the zoning bylaw. And that's why you see them in the draft bylaw itself.
That's actually a higher level. That's a higher level than site plan.
I have a question too. Yeah. Yeah, just with C4s, I think we see hours of operation, I believe, in the site plan. So my question just comes out of your comment about there's now the 90-day period sort of deadline, and which used to be 180. And I'm wondering if there are delays that are caused by the applicant, does that factor into an extension of the deadline? For example, if there are errors in the sound report and council decides to do a peer review, is that delay of the process, I guess, taken into consideration, or is the municipality still going to be held to that 90-day period? Even though we've exceeded already, but.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Little, yes, the way LPAT, the new OMB, works now is if an appeal is launched based, let's say, for example, on the 90-day piece, before LPAT actually decides that an appeal hearing is necessary, they look at things like that and they'll say, well, really, the municipality's been working with you this whole time. There's some outstanding matters here that need to be addressed. We don't want to take this to the appeal board right away. The timelines of the Planning Act are fairly black and white. Like, they don't really give a lot of reasons back and forth or anything like that. They just say, here's the timelines. And then typically what happens is applicants try to work with the municipality back and forth and things like that. So you don't see a lot of these sort of timing appeals unless it's for a quarry. they love those sort of things. But in other words, it's usually, if it came to that, LPAT would certainly take a close look at that to see why there were these difficulties, and probably would not move to an appeal in this case.
Thank you to the director, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're quite welcome. And so, are there any other questions or comments or points of clarity? Councillor Allen.
I'm thinking that the proponent is obviously interested in working with the municipality on this to resolve as many of the concerns as possible. I know they may get to the point where they have the right to go to LPAT. And not that we want to delay things because we don't think they will, but again, I think the proponent is quite willing and has shown in the past that they're willing to work with the municipality to get this right. So I think, I think we all appreciate that.
Certainly coming to an amicable solution is always better than anybody going to LPAT, because all it does is cost everybody money. If we can, it's always nice if you can come to, if it's possible, it's always nice to come to that solution. Councillor Alwyn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just think we should hold off on commenting on that sound study at this point. I mean, it's stamped with a professional engineer stamp. So, which doesn't mean that we shouldn't peer review it, but we're not in a position to say that there's inaccurate information in that report. So
no, that's why you have it peer reviewed.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, just one other thing I want to mention to you, Michael, and council is maybe a month ago I was coming back through Highway 26 from Meaford, and right beside Grandma Lamb's, there's a wedding barn. So I don't know if the municipality of Meaford has any policy or anything that's there, but I just said wedding barn, and I thought, oh wow, and that's certainly a barn, and it's certainly has receptors around it and stuff like that. So I don't know if that's any help to you, Michael. Maybe you knew about it, I don't know, or maybe there's other ones around too that helps guide you a little bit. I know on the Niagara Escarpment down in Caledon, we dealt with one a few years back, wedding barn, and maybe there's somebody from Caledon as well, and that was in the Niagara Escarpment plan, and I know it was appealed and was successful, but there might have been some concessions that maybe help as well, and maybe there's a bit of it seems to be a popular thing, wedding barns. It's I know a good friend of mine's daughter got married in a barn, and so. Okay, so that's no more comments there. So that's been moved and second. So all in favor of that? That is carried. And I should have went to Madam Clerk. I hope you got the wording correctly on that, because
I posted it in the chat so the panelists saw it.
Okay, as long as it was there. Okay, so
that council received planning report PL 2036 for information, and the council defer making a decision on this item pending further information from staff.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Little.
Thank you. Just to the mover, we've had some difficulty in the past with the actual wording of motions, and even when the wording is the same, interpretation of the wording. So I just want to be clear that as the mover, that Councillor Allen is satisfied with the wording that, because it wasn't what he said actually, but is Councillor Allen satisfied with the wording that's the clerk has just said?
So everybody can look at chat, and Councillor Allen, are you looking at it?
As long as it means that we're going to wait for further information from staff, and we'll have a chance to look at it again when it comes back, then yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. Well, and also, Councillor Little, that's the one thing now we're doing what we haven't done in the past. It is recorded. And it's the intent is sort of from that discussion. So it's always good that you brought that forward, and in that sense of as long as we all are on the same page, that's always important. So again, I'll now that I apologize, I should have had that brought up to make sure everybody had that. Is everybody still okay with that resolution? All in favor? Okay, just confirming it's carried, Madam Clerk. All right, so there you are. So it's sort of suggested to come back in the first quarter of 2021. I guess it all depends on that peer reviewing. So moving on, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bylaws. 5 bylaws.
No, there's actually only 4, Your Worship, because the one has been pulled because of that resolution that was just passed.
Oh yes, that's right. That's right. So there's 4. Are there any of those 4 wish to be pulled and voted on separately from council? Okay, seeing none, can I have a mover and a seconder for those 4 bylaws? Councillor Balaket, Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion on those bylaws? Okay, seeing none, all in favor. Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to provide clarity on the viewing public on the water and wastewater rates. We're not approving the new ones that we were discussing a couple of committee of the wholes ago. This was what was already presented in the 2016 study. So we haven't made a decision on the 50% increase yet. I just wanted to put that out there.
So just pulling those up. Does anybody have any questions on that? So it's based on 2016's report. So, okay. Maybe we get to other meetings, maybe we can see where that's landing as far as coming back. So, all right, good. Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions to those 4 bylaws? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Deputy Mayor, your background's going to have to change because everything's white now.
It's always summer in this part of Great Highlands.
Okay. There you go. All right. So, so moving on then to item 10, and I guess at this time I will pass the chair to you, Deputy Mayor. It's a notice motion that I brought forward, and
would you like to? Sorry, would you like to speak to it before you move it, or would you like to go ahead and move it?
It sounds like a song. Move it, move it. I don't know where that one came from. I can speak to it, and then maybe if somebody would like to second it, then they feel more comfortable maybe after that. So I can speak to it, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah.
So anyway, I bring this forward for council's consideration. I know the meeting dates were at our last council meeting, and I could not be in attendance for that council meeting because, as the same point I'm raising here today, I was in a policy meeting with the NEC Commission today, and they usually have it twice a year. They usually have a policy meeting on the Wednesday, and then they have a full council meeting.
Your Worship, you have frozen.
Bad timing.
We need that internet task force.
It wasn't me.
Sorry, Your Worship, you had frozen out. So
was that? I see a message. I was froze. So you mean I went through all that and nobody heard me?
No. Sorry.
I was on a good roll there, you know. You know what? What time is it? Is it after 3 o'clock? Because I always find around 3 or 3:30, the internet will close down. So maybe
it's 3:30.
So what I'll do is I'll take my video off for this particular part because I do want everybody to hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll try to remember everything I said, but anyway. There you go. So I'm not sure what part yourself and council and the viewing public heard, but I will start again. So basically, this is going to an item that was on the last council meeting with regards to setting our meeting dates for the 2021 year. And part of the reason why I couldn't attend our last council meeting was because I was actually at an NEC policy meeting. So basically, the Niagara Escarpment Commission does have twice a year, the Wednesday, Thursday's usually your regular commission meeting day, and your Wednesday before is your policy day. Generally, when we used to meet in person, we would meet on different parts of the Niagara Escarpment throughout the province of Ontario, and it would sort of like be a bit of a 2-day commission policy meeing event. So saying that is because of my being on the Niagara Escarpment Commission, I am appointed by the Order of Council of the province of Ontario. And so it does have, I feel, a very high level responsibility. And part of the policy discussions on there are around the Niagara Escarpment plan, which does greatly affect residents here in Grey County and throughout the province. And so I feel that it's very important to be part of. As of interest, I found it was a little different part of our policy meeting at the last one, where we had speaker on the Indigenous part of the history of that and the Niagara Escarpment, and it was actually really, I found it very interesting and something that I felt that was certainly gave me a different perspective as a decision maker, and as something that is you can bring back. But other things that we had I think about 5 different items on there, with regards to secondary units. I'm just going by memory. Different discussion points that we've had. And I mean, the Niagara Escarpment Plan was first adopted in 1985. And more recently, we've just gone through the latest Niagara Escarpment Plan, which was started in 2015 and was adopted in 2017. I know there were some workshops, and I know Councilor Little and maybe a couple other ones attended, I think, at Owen Sound, where they were sort of doing an overview of the new plan. And from that time, there was also during that plan they looked at expanding other areas of the plan through the province. So as a commissioner, I certainly pushed to have public consultation on that, and that very much happened in the town, city of Owen Sound, and I think the municipality of Meaford. And so I guess I'm asking the indulgence of this council, if you would consider my request. It's 2 times a year, but certainly it's just a 1-day move. But I feel that it's very beneficial in the sense of what I can learn and bring back. But I have a very important role as being mayor and part of the council and through the discussions of that council, because as being at a council meeting, if I can be at that one or at the 2 items that or 2 meetings throughout the year, it's very important that I carry the communication of that council meeting as well. So I certainly would not be asking this request if I was going on a holiday somewhere but I feel that my request, I think, has merit, from the simple fact is the only reason I'm missing those 2 council meetings is because of policy review, which is also from a provincial plan. And I just would ask the indulgence of this council if they could make that request possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. And I'll take it that you're moving it.
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Allen?
I'll put it on the floor to get some discussion going. I understand where the mayor's coming from. I guess last time I voted in favor of the meeting dates as presented, that we felt that it as much as it's great to have all of council at each meeting, it sometimes just can't happen, and it does give the deputy mayor some experience running the meeting. I think that perhaps in this term was the first chance that the deputy mayor had to run a council meeting. So it's not a bad thing on that side of it. It's a bad thing that you aren't there. So yeah, I'd like to hear some other discussion.
Okay. Is there any further comments? I'll go Councillor Little, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Allwood, and Councillor Veliket.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, that was, remember the conversation that we had last time, and the benefit was that the deputy mayor had an opportunity to be in the chair. I think one of the other advantages was that the viewing public, or the public, that they're used now to the dates that we have every first and third Wednesday of the month, and there's certainly benefit to sticking to that plan. But then you weren't at that meeting to state your opinion. And so my feeling would be that if you are very committed to wanting to change those meeting dates and be present, that I would support you in that. But honestly, I feel that not changing the dates and having the deputy mayor chair is the better alternative. But I would support you.
Thank you. Councillor Little. Mayor McQueen, if it's okay with you, I'll come back to you once everyone's spoken, and
No
then
problem.
you can sort of respond to everyone.
That's no problem.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to Mr. Mayor. A point that I brought up was staff's time and efficiency too when it comes to preparation for the council dates. The request is to move the council date to a Tuesday, which perhaps limits communication and time. Staff's Monday meeting schedule or Tuesday meeting schedule that they already have in place. I kind of made comments to that. Just for the mayor who did miss the conversation last time, I'm wondering if the clerk could speak to the effect of changing the dates to a day earlier in terms of the timing and schedule of the agenda creation, public outreach, public comments, and stuff like that.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chair Desai. Yeah, so typically we have our schedule where the draft agenda goes out on the week before to members of council, and then it's to go out 48 hours before to the public, which means that our agenda has to be out by Monday at 1 o'clock. We always strive to make to have it out by Friday before we leave the office, whatever time that may be, but by end of day Friday. That way it allows council and the public the weekend in order to review it before the meeting on Wednesday. In relation to how that would affect the timing, by sending it out on the Friday, we would still meet that requirement. But if anything were to come up, that wouldn't meet the requirement to have it done on the Monday when it comes out. The other thing that I had mentioned is County Long-Term Care Committee is on Tuesdays. For the 2020, I'm not sure what their 2021 calendar is, so I'm not sure if that would affect it, which may affect if Mayor McQueen or Deputy Mayor Desai was on it. So we did choose the Wednesday dates in conjunction with the other municipalities in the county in a coordinated role to try not to overlap and affect anybody else's meeting dates. But that's all I have to say on that.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Martel. Councillor Nielsen, do you have a further? Thank you. Councillor Allwood.
I'd be willing to support this notice of motion. I was reluctant to, I think I voted in favor with the rest of council the last time this was on the table, but I was the last to raise my hand, I suppose. And I had some issues about, I thought we could have accommodated his worship's request at that time, but the majority of council seemed to disagree. So But at this point, if it's back on the table, I would be willing to support changing those dates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alwood. Councillor Valiquette, and then we'll go to the mayor.
At this point, thank you, Chair, but it's all been said.
Okay, perfect. Mayor McQueen.
Well, thank you for a robust discussion, and certainly I take this very serious and this request very serious itself, not in a sense that I would make this request for no other reason other than when I'm making it. Certainly, my lovely wife and I had scheduled a week of vacation on the end of March, but somehow COVID-19 sort of took that away, and so now we're on a scheduled 2-week credit with Air Canada. So I'm not sure how that's going to work out. So we will get going, and there will be an opportunity for you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to certainly chair. And certainly I'm not opposed of passing the chair over if that's something that this council wishes to do. I have no, I have no issue with that. And maybe at any time I can, I guess, point, or pass a chair over to the deputy mayor if that's the wish of this council. Or certainly others. I think it's a great opportunity to learn that skill, and I know that we do get that through, I think, liaison Alan or Allwood with regards to budget and liaison Alan, but some of the other ones don't, with their liaison don't get that same practice the same. And so maybe that's something, maybe that, Mr. Deputy, maybe that's something through that midterm training. Maybe that's something we can work in the sense of getting that experience, because that is good things to have, and I'm certainly not opposed to that. Just in a sense, to the clerk mentioning about the long-term care committee, it's usually scheduled for 9:30 on the Tuesday, and it's usually wrapped up by 11 or 11:30 on that, and we start our council meeting at 1. So I can't, at least looking at the past 20 year long-term care was in the morning. So if it's in the morning and our council meeting starts at 1, I don't see that as, if it's based on the same schedule, of not to be a conflict on that part of timing and stuff like that. So that's my 2 points from that. And just, I guess, just overall, I just think it's an opportunity for me to also share that with council and all that kind of stuff. Some of the stuff I learned, I will say that whole Indigenous part was very, I found very interesting and very, I don't mean part of it, but the whole history part and the talking about that was, I found it was very, very worthy of having that ability to gather that. So I'll leave it at that, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Allen, you had seconded the motion. I'll give you a last word.
Well, I guess like Councillor Little said, if this is that important to the mayor, that then I'll support his request, and he just owes us all. That's all.
So we can expect ice cream on the 18th of May and the 16th of November then. Perfect. Seeing as everyone's spoken, I will call the question. Those in favor of the motion on the floor. Okay, any opposed? Okay, that is carried. And Mr. Mayor, I'll pass the chair over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Is there any certain flavor that people like?
I prefer double, as much chocolate as you can possibly have in an ice cream. I'll take it.
Double. So I'd have to look at the, I don't know, the code of conduct or whatever. Is that what you call bonusing?
Not, well,
Under
I will leave.
Under $30.
There you go. That would be really good ice cream if it was over $30, I presume, right? So, okay, thank you very much for that. Moving on then to county council highlights. Looking at the agenda, I didn't see anything attached to that, but Deputy Mayor, you may, am I frozen? Oh, no.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
You need to ask about any other notices of motion.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I've done that before where I need somebody else to chair this meeting, maybe. Are there any other notice of motions? Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor. Oh, no, is there anybody has a notice of motion? Maybe I thought maybe you might have.
I was thinking of putting forth a notice of motion, and I'll put it forth, but I may withdraw it during councillor privilege. That I'm thinking, looking back at this, well, it's only the middle of the week, but looking at this week, we were all day meetings Monday, half day Tuesday, half day Wednesday. I have a half day meeting tomorrow with Saugeen Valley. I don't think I have anything Friday, but it's, to me, we can't do our job properly with that many meetings in 3 days. And that doesn't even take into consideration our business lives or family. So I was thinking of putting forth a notice of motion to look at the procedural bylaw, but it probably doesn't even come into that, but some kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Can't think of the word, but maybe the clerk has a word for me.
So just before I go to clerk, are you looking like have proper time to prep for your meeting? Like
I'm looking at some kind of restriction on the number of meetings that we have, whether it's in a week or whether it's consecutive days or something like that. So as I say, I may come forth with that, with a notice of motion at a future meeting, or I was going to speak to this in councillor privilege, but all I'll say then is what I said a few minutes ago. So I think we can all agree we're kind of this week already, we're meetinged out, and I think it's going to affect something, whether it's our job as council members or to staff as staff and as family. It just can't keep going like that. And I know budget is a unique time, but those are some concerns that I had.
Okay. Okay. So you're just sort of holding. Are you looking for a comment from the clerk right now? Is that what you're asking?
I will talk with the clerk over the next few days and see if it requires a notice of motion or perhaps just an item on a future agenda to discuss. So I just wanted to make people, the rest of council, aware of my feelings.
Okay. And this may be more into council privileges in the sense of more general than bringing a notice of motion, but we'll maybe move on to that. Are there any notice of motions for today? Okay. All right. So we'll move that into council privileges if there's further conversation there, Councillor Allen. So county reports, highlights. I will say I gave my warden's address last week. I don't know if anybody was able to listen in on that. I'm sure it's posted there, so it's a post stamp right now on the county's website and that sort of thing. Certainly, I will say that I much enjoyed the past year as being the Grey County Warden, and I would offer that experience or say it's an experience that I think everybody should have the opportunity to have, and I think it's a very honorable position, and I take that to the point of something that again I think everybody should have that opportunity, or at least seek that opportunity to be warden. I certainly, from that point of being warden, got to the opportunity to meet a number of other wardens throughout the province. Which is a little different this year with COVID and 2020 or 2020 itself. And then I think up until I had what they call the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, and we met once in person, and then everything else was Zoom. And as the deputy mayor alludes that it's just not quite the same as the networking and meeting in person and stuff. But from that, I will say that with COVID-19, there was opportunities, and certainly the one group of meetings I was having weekly or every other week was called Touch Point, and that was put on by Lisa Thompson. And so we would meet with 4 other wardens, Huron, Bruce, and Perth, along with MP and MPPs, and along with Dr. Era and Dr. Klassen, who is the medical officer of health, I think, for Huron Perth. So it was a great opportunity to have, that weekly or bi-weekly, depended on the circumstance of the province and where they were, but to have that networking and changing or exchanging of concerns and different parts of that. So I was on a few town halls, one with the agriculture minister, certainly with Bruce Power, a few other wardens. We had some town halls. So again, certainly an opportunity there. The one part that I was unable to, and was certainly to host a warden's banquet and have all my council and staff to come and attend that. And who knows, maybe there'll be sometime in the future that we can have that again, who knows. But anyway, that's always a highlight of any warden's time, and certainly a warden's breakfast, and there's usually a warden's forum, and then usually throughout the year there's always an off-site time for a county council meeting as well. So those are certain things, along with all the events that would be happening. So I will, thinking back to Councillor Allen, is I certainly have maybe a little bit more free time to attend meetings, because I tell you, from meetings and the commitment, it is a big commitment for sure, but it's well worth the opportunity to be part of. So on that sort of thing. So Councillor Allen, looks like you're wishing to speak.
Well, I was just going to say that the Grey County's loss is maybe Grey Highlands' gain, because you are busy all the time, and being warden, it takes even more of your time. So we get to see you in Grey Highlands more this year. So.
Yep, and that's a good point, because I was communicating that with my with our CAO, and again, that's why I said yesterday I much appreciated the opportunity to be part as warden, but it took my council and our staff to allow me to do that, because the deputy mayor and to take that part, and you do get a little thinned out a little bit. You can't help it, but. Certainly, I will have some more time to focus back on the Grey Highlands points, and that may be good, that may be bad. I don't know. So, but yeah, it's certainly I don't look. We have a new warden for this year, and I wish Mr. Hicks all the best. And I don't have any. It's one of those things. I'm looking forward to what this year comes, and it's all the glass is always half full in my mind, and certainly it's But other than that, Councillor Allwood, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to congratulate you on your year as warden on behalf of myself and hopefully all council, and I know that you'll continue to do a great job as deputy warden and look after the residents of the county and Grey Highlands. And just a comment that Warden Hicks mentioned during his one of his speeches, that there seemed to be some correlation between being warden and from Grey Highlands and pandemics. I think he mentioned the Spanish flu and COVID, obviously. And rather than attributing some sort of blame to Grey Highlands, I would say that we've risen to the leadership role that it requires during these troubled times, and that this year you've provided that leadership and the team building. And again, congratulations on a successful year, and I know you'll continue in your role at county. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Councillor Allwood, and certainly it certainly is. As I said in my speech at the beginning of this term, we made the application for 62 long-term care beds, and before my term ended, we were successful in receiving those long-term care beds. So if nothing else, that was my highlight of this year. And, and that's so important for the county. I know it is in Grey Highlands, but I've been very passionate about that. And you know what, if it's passion that drives you, that's good, because you got to follow the things that you believe in. And the community that's a big part of our community. So, Councillor Little.
I just wondered what would happen if we all unmuted and gave you a round of applause.
Terrific idea.
Thank you very, very, very much. You make me proud, and I mean, there's 9 municipalities in the county of Grey, but we know where Grey Highlands sits. Right, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention it is customary for the hosting municipality to present the warden, outgoing warden, with a gift. Unfortunately, we couldn't do that in person because of COVID and the restrictions. But the municipality does have a lovely gift for you in our appreciation of your year as warden. And we will arrange to present that to you somehow at the next council meeting. So we didn't forget about that. And I think you'll really like this commemorative memory of your first term as warden, and roll on 2022.
Oh dear. Well, thank you for that, and I again, you guys make me proud, and I've always maintained, we're Team Grey Highlands, and we're like that. Sometimes you use a sports analogy where we're it's like the sports team or whatever. We're all one team, and we all have to work together, and that's so important. And I appreciate those words for sure. I will say that 2 things of being a warden, and certainly for others that maybe have aspirations of it, is I did receive a 2020 pin, and normally at the last your last meeting as being the warden for that particular year, usually the past warden places the pin on your lapel of your suit or whatever. And I'm also given, and I'll share it with you, or I'll show you, I'm given a warden's ring. And so it's, to me, those are, I know we shouldn't have things that we, but sometimes those little things mean so much. And I certainly cherish those 2 items for the rest of my life, and certainly things that, are there for, for my boys to continue on to hold or whatever, but it is a part of history, and it is something that I certainly will dear very much to a personal level in the sense of receiving that. And so I received those at our last meeting by the CAO, because again, we're in Zoom, and you can't have that. And even last night, generally from the election of the warden, the practice of the outgoing warden is to place the coat of arms and that on the incoming warden, like myself last year, but I couldn't do that either because of COVID. So it does, it takes away that ceremonial, but you know what, we did the best thing we could do, and fortunately we have Zoom to be able to have that ability to still carry on, hearing the person's voice and face. It's so, like listening on the phone, it's the voice, but seeing the face and the expressions, it just makes it so much more. And I don't know, maybe this is something somebody can come up with, a 3D Zoom.
Well, in 100 years for the next pandemic, I guess.
Well, they'll have a little figure. We'll be there sitting in a chair, maybe. But thank you very much. So Deputy Mayor, there must be other business. I'm trying to think of some of the things that we.
So it was a fairly short meeting. There was remarks given by the past warden, or from the past wardens, as represented by former Deputy Mayor Stuart Halliday. Very positive comments again. Staff also presented the budget for going forward to the budget deliberations in January, and they're recommending a 2.18%, I believe was the number, increase to the levy. just before I close off on that, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned a couple of times that we make you proud, and I believe I speak for everyone here when I say that you make us proud as well. And thank you very much for representing us at the county level and as warden. It was a great service, not just to citizens of Grey Highlands, but also to the citizens of Grey County. And we were very lucky to have you as our warden. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions to County Council report? There are some points raised on the new warden moving forward, so we'll look forward to some reports coming back from some of the committees that are there. And most, well, we're still in a state of emergency like we are in Grey Highlands, so that sort of moves forward. But you know, I will say that it seems every time you listen to the news, it seems more encouraging of the vaccine. And I know I just heard today that I think England purchased 40 million doses or something like that. It seemed pretty high, and I think we're looking at 20 doses or however you want to call them. So anyway, it just seems quite interesting how fast things can roll out, you know, in a short period of time. And I guess that's the science and the technology that we have today. And you know, it's amazing the world we live in, and who would ever think we would be where we are today this time last year. So is there any other items with regards to county highlights? I think there was a posting of the warden's address or the new warden's address that was posted, I think, on the Facebook, excuse me, Grey Highlands Facebook, or maybe the Grey County Facebook, or maybe the Grey County website. I think there's of some of the initiatives that are, and that's something that each warden does bring along, is they sort of have some ideas and initiatives that they want to bring forward and sort of, you know, suggest their direction. It still takes the support of county council to move those forward for sure. Well, moving right along into councillor privileges. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were gonna, for some reason, I completely skipped councillor privileges. I was going to ask for a break before we go into closed session.
Okay, well, we'll do council privileges. I'm just gonna, are we supposed to have we need a motion to receive the highlights for county council. So that's Councillor Allwood and Councillor Nielsen. Okay. Any other discussion there? All in favor? That's carried. Councillor privileges. Councillor Allen, do you want to carry on where you left off, or do you want somebody else to go ahead now?
Yeah, I'd like to hear comments from some other members on my comments. Thank you.
Okay, I think Councillor Allwood was just before Councillor Valaket, because he kept trying to. So go ahead, Councillor Allwood, and then Councillor Valaket.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention that I was at the Santa Claus Parade in Markdale this last weekend, and it was a successful event. I think there were over 300 cars, 350 cars, as I recall, and those cars had quite a few children in them. So the Santa was in town. I know his worship had time to hand out a few treats on Santa's behalf, and look at that. A few days later, we got Winter Wonderland. So there is some magic in Santa Claus showing up. But it was a great event put on by the chamber, or organized by the chamber, and it went very well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Allwood, and I'm glad the weather we had that day was that versus the weather we had yesterday, because that would have been, it was a fantastic weather event. You could not beat that day. Other than a little cool, but hey, it was almost the end of November, so that was very, very, very. And you know what? I saw pictures of last year, and it was sunny last year too, and we were in the parade, right? So, Councillor Valaket.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was actually going to comment along what Councillor Allen was talking about. One of the things that I agree, I am completely overscheduled right now and a little zoomed out. I think we all are. And I think we're also going through a global pandemic, which is so stressful. So But I think one of the things that we can do to help is not do marathon meetings, for example. So when we are in a meeting, we have a tendency to sit for 6 to 8 hours with 2 15-minute breaks. I'm starting to feel that that's unsustainable for us to do, let alone asking staff to do the same goofiness that we're doing, quite frankly. So I would like to see us, I don't know if it needs to be done within a procedural bylaw kind of way, but I would like to see us be a little bit more responsible to ourselves and to our staff in meetings. And I'm wondering if that would help a little bit to ease just how much this sucks, quite frankly. Not quite as eloquent at the end.
Well, it's, it is interesting, Councillor Bellacrep, that I've noticed, and we probably all subscribe to it, is at the beginning of Zoom meetings or whatever, there's that camaraderie that happens, and people it's sort of like that social time, and maybe that's part of.
I enjoy seeing you guys now. Yes, absolutely now.
But there's just that camaraderie that I think one of the things that we're missing by not having the ability to get together is that joking around and, and just sort of having fun and, and all that kind of stuff. So I think I've seen it. I know Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Deputy Mayor and others, they sort of rise to the occasion, which is good. That's, and have a little bit of laugh, and they say laughter is the best medicine, right? So that's there he is again. He's going at it. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I just wanted to speak to the item. I think I agree that when it's on Zoom, it's too long. Having said that, had we been meeting in person, these are the times I live for. It's budget time, and it's my favorite time of the year. It's my Christmas present, my birthday present, all wrapped in one. So I think we can definitely look at doing things a little differently, I guess, taking more frequent breaks and so on. But I think this usually happens at one time during the year where we have a lot of meetings, one on top of the other. And yesterday, if we look at it, Your Worship, yourself and I, we were in a task force meeting in the morning. We switched from there to the budget meeting and then back to county council, and there was some driving in the middle there for you. So yeah, it was a full day for us essentially. But I think it's for a short-term period right now, and if we sort of just put our heads down and get through it, we can definitely see it through. And it's one time during the year when we sort of see these meetings stack up on consecutive days. So that's my opinion of it, anyways. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Little.
Yeah, but you're young.
Younger. There you go.
I think if there are people, it doesn't matter, who or how many are expressing fatigue and that the pace is too much, then we should be paying attention. And that's how we're feeling. And I think Councillor Valaket expressed it well too, that obviously staff are feeling the same way, having to sit through long meetings and many long meetings. So I think if there's ways that we can, expedite the process, that would be good. And we have to take care of each other.
Just before I go to Councillor Nielsen, one of the things that I find I experience, and I'm sure everybody's the same way, is because we're so plugged in. You can get a lot of emails, a lot of texts. I know people reach out to me on Messenger, and if you don't have the time, so you take a break, and I think the Deputy Mayor just said, well, while I was on break, I got a few text messages. So you're not unplugged, and so you're always plugged in, so you're always working. And on the other side, if you're not plugged, then people look at you and go, what's wrong with you? Because you're supposed to be plugged in. I sent you a text. Why didn't you respond? Like, or the phone rings and then you said, sorry, I'm in a meeting. And there's I find that so many media connections you have that you got Twitter, you got Facebook, you got Messenger, you got text, you got phone, you got email. There's so many, and you got to be checking each one, and it takes time. And then I know the CAO and I were conversing on this before, where all of a sudden you got 300 emails and you got to go back. And then, when people are like, well, I didn't get an email. And so how do you so you add that to your meetings and your preparation. And going to Councillor Allen, one thing I was going to say is it's important that you have the time to prepare for the meeting. But I think maybe where Councillor Allen is, if all of a sudden you have a meeting and another meeting and another meeting, how do you have time to prepare for the meeting if you're in the meeting? And then you're checking all the media connections. And then you got family, and you got to eat, you got to sleep and drive. And I find one thing that I do or have used to do, but now we're not driving very often, is I try to get caught up in my calls when I'm driving hands-free. But I try to capitalize on that time. But I don't know if everybody else, I find with Teams, Zoom and all this stuff, I find we're even busier. It just seems like there's, because now there's you get booked in and it's easy to unhook and rehook, but it is taking your time away from one to the other. So Councillor Nielsen, we haven't heard from you yet.
1 second here, good sir. So I am currently at my store because in order for me to operate today's meeting, my wife was busy. So I had to work my store as well as do this meeting. So I can respect what Councillor Allen is saying and trying to balance both. The role and the privilege of running for council and to be part of this is pretty exciting, but it limits who can get on here with the responsibilities that it gives. So I have respect for what he's saying. That being said, feeling young, I have been super excited about the 3 meetings we've had back to back to back, because I get giddy about having council meetings. So I'll play the young card too on this council and say it's been a lot of fun the last couple of days, but I can fully respect being meetinged out. My wife probably making more comments to that than myself.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Alwood.
Yeah, just on the subject of meetings, I mean, the commute to the office is a little shorter, I'll say that. But the point Councillor Allen brought up about preparing for meetings when they're scheduled back to back like this. I know our budget meetings, the preparation was done well in advance and sort of a continuation of one meeting. But there's a lot of work that goes into the budget this time of year in budgets. But so it does seem overwhelming at times. But again, I'm young at heart, Dane, and I enjoy what I do. And in terms of tough day at work, I don't know if anybody's a Formula One fan, but Roman Grosjean had this horrific crash, was engulfed in a fireball, and in 28 seconds was able to get himself out of it. And he looks forward to racing next week. So, but he's a little younger than me too. Thank you.
It's just something about strapping something to your rear end, and that car. I mean, that's a fire. I mean, that car is a whole lot of horsepower, right? You're in a very fast moving projectile, and to think he's going to go back into that thing. So he's committed. He's really committed, right? So
1,000 horsepower, and it's a rocket.
So I think even just before we end this conversation, I think even on a staff, I think, I talked to our CAO, different times throughout the week and about how staff is and meetings, and she has meetings on top of meetings and meetings and Madam CAO, do you have any comment on what you find with yourself and senior management and how you're dealing with what you deal with?
Thank you, Your Worship. On behalf of staff, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. COVID's certainly been a strange year. you're right, Mr. Mayor, when you say like it seems like it's even busier, even though, you know, I mean, today I'm at home. There's no commute, but we find that we utilize that time to catch up on everything else that's going on. I can tell you at the start of the pandemic, SMT were working 7 days a week. Things calmed down a little bit. We did have some staffing vacancies and deficiencies, and we weren't hiring during COVID. So of course that put extra strain on existing staff, which, you know, I didn't have any complaints. Everybody stood up and just did what needed to be done to get things moving. SMT right now are still, I would estimate, working between 50 and 70 hours a week, which is not sustainable. I know when I'm up at 4:30, 5 o'clock, and I'm going through emails so I can start my day, that I can actually, I know the people I can email because I know who the early birds are, and I know who the, you know, the late ones are. But generally, it's 24/7. Like it just hasn't stopped, and we don't see an end to it at this point. I am concerned about the stress, specifically on SMT. We do have some challenges at the moment, but you nailed it, Mr. Mayor. We do have the most amazing staff and team in this municipality. Like I said, I haven't received any complaints. Like I've heard venting, and then it's just they brush themselves off and say, okay, I'm over it, let's get it done, and you know, we move forward. And we do try to help one another. If we see somebody's out of balance and is struggling, you know, everybody jumps in and says, what can I do, how can I help? That is amazing. I've never seen that anywhere that I've worked before in my life. Usually people say, well, that's on your plate. You know, it's you signed off on that job, that's yours. So we do have a great team. I'm really looking forward to having some time off over Christmas. We have a lot of staff that haven't been able to take vacation. And, you know, that's a bit of an issue too, because they're not having those moments to recharge. So, you know, we just hope and pray that this vaccine comes soon, and you know, we can start moving forward. Grey County, the medical officer of health, Dr. Ara, they've been amazing. We couldn't have gotten through this without them, with their advice and their support. So we're still hanging in there, but we're tired, like you know, it's hard.
I noticed one thing, Madam CEO, that I've on not that many occasions phoned Councillor Nielsen, and on his message on his phone, it says, I may not get back to you till Monday of you know, spending some time or a family day or whatever. That's so important. And maybe that's one of the policies that, and it's communicated, you know, that we do have some downtime, or there is that time, you know, the message is still there, and you maybe check, because, you know, from an emergency point of view, we got to be able to be reached. And that's part of the reason that we carry, you know, electronic devices. But I find sometimes I've left the phone at home, and you know, after a couple hours, it's like, oh, wow, this feels pretty good. But we have a responsibility, and we you know, we sign the oath of office, and so we have to. But it is a different time, you know, with being so plugged in, and I don't know if it's something that we can have a code of conduct in the sense of communication, where we may take downtime, and we will, you know, promise to respond back to ratepayers, and that, you know, in a business time setting, no different than it would be and maybe that would be something that helps staff as well. But I know, you know, if the tree's down, or if there's you know, we still have to be plugged in. And I mean, that's sort of important, and you know, and all that kind of stuff. But it is sort of, I think, Councilor Nielsen, I think your message, you know, I forget, maybe, can you repeat what's on your machine? I think it's pretty cool.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. My voicemail says that you've reached me. If you've reached me on a Sunday, I will not respond to your call. It's my family day. I'll get back to you as soon as I can on Monday.
Yeah. So there you go. So that just gives you, and maybe it's word if it's an emergency, I will still get back to you. But it's, if it's not urgent, then yeah. And I think that's important. I think that's an opportunity to have that mental health, or maybe it's the same in the evening. I've had calls with Dr. Era at 11 o'clock at night. I've been conversing with the CAO at 5:30 in the morning. But sometimes you do that, right? And that's the thing with electronic devices today. It's like and you got it. I can send it to you all at the same time. I don't know if anybody got any of my messages at 2 o'clock this morning when I was on checking all my messages, but and I apologize if your phone goes beep, but sometimes that doesn't help either. But anyway, I think it's a good conversation. So going back to you, Councillor Allen, you're the one that raised this, and it was a good point. We've had a good discussion on our process and just our business generally, and any thoughts to where we want to end?
Well, yeah, and I mentioned earlier, it's not just the municipal end of it. I run 3 businesses that they're all commercial and residential rentals, and I've got a tenant that moved out last week, and to get it ready for the next tenant so I don't lose a month's rent, this week was it, and to get it ready. And Mr. Mayor, when it snows, you have to blow snow. And so there's lots of things that happen. Some things can be scheduled, but other things can't be. They just happen. And if I get a call, I need to respond. And it's, that can be a problem, even if we only have 1 meeting a week. But when I've got 4 out of the 5 days that there's meetings, it's pretty hard. The chances are you're going to get a call during or when there's a meeting. So I'm glad we had the conversation. I was going to say it's good to know others feel the same way, but it really it's not good. It's you know what I mean. I wish we weren't feeling this way because we weren't stressed. So again, it's good that we can talk about it, and hopefully we can just be aware of things that are going on when we're scheduling meetings and things like that. So thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. I guess they call it work-life balance, right? It's trying to find that proper balance and what life throws at you, and all the stress things that come about. And then you just turn the news on at 10 o'clock, and that just sits you. I mean, you just watch the news, and there's so many things happening there as well, right? So, okay. So that's a good discussion, everyone. Deputy Mayor, did you say you want to take a quick little break, or what are you asking for?
Yes, please. A quick break before we go into 15-minute break before we go into a closed session, please.
So am I sort of saying 4:35?
Yeah, 4:35.
That's okay with everybody?
Oh, sorry. I'll also move that we go into close, and then we'll just show up in the other meeting.
Okay, so moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Allen. That the council proceed into a closed session. So I guess for clarity, Madam Clerk, you can put the time that's appropriate there to discuss matters related to the following library board appointment applications, and then also the item that we added to the agenda earlier on today, and that the CAO Karen Govin and Clerk Raylene Mattel remain in attendance. All in favor of that? That's carried. So we'll go do the enclosed session at 4:35.
Through your worship, the resolution says that council recess and proceed into closed session at 4:35 p.m.
That's the key word, recess. All right. Thank you for that clarity. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we'll see you at 4:35. We made it back. That's what they call it. Beam me up, Scotty. Okay, so we're back in live open session. Okay, and I want to report coming out of a closed session that the closed session meeting was held and only the closed session items identified were discussed in closed session, and that council directs staff to bring forward a bylaw appointing Catherine Plenner to the Grey Highlands Public Library Board. Do I need a motion for that, Madam Clerk? Okay, so I have a mover and a second, please. Councillor Nielsen, second by Councillor Allwood. Any discussion there? All in favor? That's carried. I thought you were voting there, Madam CEO. I saw a hand go up.
Sorry, you were.
It's okay. So moving forward then, do we have, I need a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of today. Can I move over, please? Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Little, all in favor? That's carried. Upcoming meetings, I will promise to get to that Google Doodle tonight, Madam Clerk. I just had a busy couple of days, but I will promise to get to that tonight. And that's with regards to budget meetings. And I know we are scheduled for the 7th and the other ones that are listed there. Any discussion on, Madam Clerk?
It's not just for budget meetings, Your Worship. It's for upcoming committee of the whole meetings, because we need to schedule one for the water and wastewater to come back, as well as the Stonebrook once the report comes through. So I know we'd like less meetings, but business must go on.
With my hand on my crest, I will promise to get to that tonight. Okay, nothing else with meeting dates? Okay, I need one
motion to adjourn, Your Worship.
Holy smoke. Deputy Mayor, seconder, Councillor Allen. Oh, Councillor Nielsen. All in favor? That is carried. Well, everybody have a good evening, and spend some time with the family, relax, put your chair up and watch a funny movie. Just watch a movie. I find that's relaxing. Watch a movie. And thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, before we go, I just want clarity. Staff are also looking at dates for the open house for the budget now that we've got an acceptable number.
Okay.
Just for information.
All right. Is that going to be added to the doodle?
Okay, one of those days, I guess.
You're going to
pick
redo
one of the dates that are there, and then we'll let you know.
I thought maybe you're going to redo the doodle. All righty. So everybody have a good evening. Watch a movie, relax, and all be good. Take care. Bye, everyone.
Take care, everyone.
Everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
And I got that 509, Madam Clerk. I'm not sure what you got there, so.